Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and this week sees Maverick flying high in the skies yet again. Oh, God, I've missed him in Top Gun Maverick. Oh, yes, finally hitting store shelves. Jeez. Took long enough, damn it, for all you Top Gun lovers out there, and I know there's plenty of you. Oh, indeed I do, man. Along with Alien Abduction, Jordan Peele style with Nope. Vampires getting a gothic reinvention in The Invitation. You also have some 4K Christmas love with new editions of Elf, Polar Express, Christmas Story, and good old Christmas Vacation. And on top of all that, you also have a little bit of Scream Factory love, 4K upgrade Scream Factory goodness with the 1978 cult B-movie classic, Piranha. Oh, plus much more. So let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got. All right, everybody, we are in at Walmart, and hey, new release love. You gotta dig it, baby. Oh, I definitely do, especially with this place, all right? You bet your ass I do. How about we dive in, shall we, with a little bit of You've Got That Love and Feeling, oh, that love and feeling at home. Maverick is back again. Oh, I cannot wait for the baby oil again. Top Gun Maverick, the DVD for $19.96, the Blu-ray digital for $24.96, the 4K digital for $29.96, and the 2 movie collection Blu-ray digital for $34.96. Well, you get twice the Tom Cruise love, twice the aerial action. Man, on Blu-ray for $34.96. One hell of a price, baby, for all that Tom Cruise love. Oh, you bet your ass it is, man. But goddamn, look at this. Tom Cruise is back as Maverick, a movie that is literally coming out 36 years after the last movie. Man, how time fucking flies. You can damn near guarantee that, baby. Wow. Holy shit. You know, look. I saw this in the movie theater with John, and it was just guaranteed that we were going to see this movie because, number one, at least for me, I'm a huge goddamn fan of the first Top Gun movie. It is an 80s classic. The aerial dogfight action is amazing. The characters are really vibrant and just 80s staples. I love the over-the-top machismo. Oh man, there's so much great stuff to love in the movie, like the lines and the dialogue and the personalities and all the pretty people. Val Kilmer, Kelly McGillis, Tom Cruise. Oh man, they're all over the place, man. Anthony Edwards, God, I love it all, dude. And so I heard rumors over the years that they wanted to make a Top Gun sequel. You know, you heard it every once in a while. They'd always say, well, maybe we'd make a Top Gun sequel, and then it never happened. And you're kind of like, okay, well, they keep on hoping to do it, but they're never really going to do it, right? Until apparently they got the right script, everyone was on board, Tom Cruise was, okay, let's do this, I'm on board with this as long as the story is right, and as long as I'm front and center, okay. They got the right director, everything on board, and here we go, man. We're off and running, and I got to admit, on one hand, I was really excited because I'm like, oh, man, a Top Gun sequel. Like, that's crazy to me that this is happening, and I'm super excited about it. On the other hand, I was really terrified because I'm like, dude, going back to the well this many years later, over 30 years, that's nuts, man. And so I went in cautiously optimistic, okay? I did. And when I left the movie theater, dude, I was blown away how fucking amazing this movie is. Holy shit. This movie should not be half as good as what it actually ultimately is, man. It is exciting, it is exhilarating, it's emotional, it's a thrill ride. It's everything you wanted and so much more. And I was so pleasantly surprised, pleasantly pleased, and I just left the theater in amazement at what I just experienced, man. And it is that fucking good, dude. And I gotta give a lot of credit to a lot of people, man. First of all, Tom Cruise, because, you know, say what you will about Tom Cruise, whether you like the dude or not, you think he's a little crazy with the Scientology shit, I mean, you're not wrong, but this guy really fights for the movies that he's in, man. He wants to make them as good as they possibly can be, and he strives for perfection, and man, he doesn't always pull it off, but in this case, dude, he exceeded in spades. He really did. And all of the dogfight stuff being as real as it was because they were actually in the fighter jets. They were actually doing those moves, most of them actually for real. And so all of that stuff that you feel exhilarated by in the action sequences, it's not fabricated, man. They're actually there in the cockpits, actually doing the maneuvers, and that shit is wild. And that just goes to the professionalism of Tom Cruise and the producers and the director and everybody involved to really want to make this as authentic as it possibly can be. And they succeeded, man. On top of that, dude, I love the story here. I love the idea of Maverick being older and still trying to push himself to the limits, but how far can he really go until basically he's no longer needed, that he's gonna be a dinosaur at a certain point. And so he basically has to train the next younger generation, and it's basically the younger generation trying to prove themselves and also him trying to prove that he still got it after all of these years. And a great story about Goose's son and how Maverick failed Goose and how that relationship was really rocky. And I love Miles Teller here, man. Miles Teller is awesome as Goose's son, and the different conflicts that he's going through, really trying to live up to his father's legacy, but also really having this sort of antagonistic, some sort of kind of rivalry with Tom Cruise, which I really liked, and how basically they both have to prove to each other how they really care about one another, even if they don't always get along. I really love that, and I love the personalities, and I think it's just an awesome fucking film, dude. I really do. I'm just fucking floored as shit how good this was, man. And it really is a testament to everybody involved, because you could go into a movie like this, right? And you could say, 30 years after the fact, if we just slap the Top Gun name on it, people are going to go watch it because, hey, it's fucking Top Gun, man. We'll get the money and we'll get out the door. But that's not what they decided to do, man. They really wanted to make a great, authentic experience, something that can really stand shoulder to shoulder with the first Top Gun movie, and I think they succeeded. I think they, man, really went out of their way to make something that's just as classic, or will be classic over the years. And man, they fucking nailed it, dude. They killed it. It's just that fucking good, man. The characters and the camaraderie and the action sequences, I just loved it. And the story, it's great. It really honestly is, man. And as somebody who loves Top Gun, who was so terrified, I'm like, how are you gonna live up to the Top Gun legacy? This movie said, you know what? Hold my beer, baby. Hold my beer indeed, because damn, did they succeed like a mofo. And they truly showed a lot of the naysayers, including myself, that they got what it takes to get back into the Need for Speed. And I am on board with this in a big, bad way. I truly am, dude. Man, this, I think, shocked me. It shocked everybody. And no wonder this film became a huge box office success, a box office bonanza, man. So many movies came and went, left the movie theaters, came on physical media, while Top Gun was still killing it at the box office, dude. It was a behemoth. And now you can finally own it on the physical media glory, and thank the Lord, man. because this is gonna shine on your big ass TV, man. All those aerial dog sequences, man, it's gonna rock your sound system like a mofo. Oh, it really will, and well deserved indeed. Damn, man. You know, sometimes your hope for a sequel is really high and it fails you, and sometimes it succeeds in the most wildest of expectations, and this one definitely did. Top Gun Maverick, oh, it definitely makes the grade. I've a need to feed a blood. Yeah, the Blu-ray digital of The Invitation for 1996, the DVD for 1796. Ah, yes, some vampire goodness. The unrated and theatrical versions of The Invitation. Now, I didn't see this in the movie theater, partially because I didn't hear the greatest things about The Invitation, to be fair. A lot of people were like, yeah, it's kind of a dud. And so I was like, really? Because I liked the trailer, man. I thought it was kind of interesting and unique. An interesting take on Bram Stoker and the mythology of vampires. And I was like, okay, I can kind of dig it. But then people were like, well, not so much. So I was like, oh, shit, man. Don't tell me that. So I decided to stay away from it until finally needing to watch it for the out and about. And basically, it's about this chick, Evie, and she's kind of having a hard time in life. Her bills are piling up. She's not making a lot of money. And she ends up, after the death of her mother, basically doing this DNA test to see if she has any relatives out there, family, because honestly, she's really lonely. And she thinks that basically there's no one left in her life to really care about as far as family is concerned. Well, lo and behold, there is somebody, a cousin, a long-lost relative. And they end up meeting one another, and he's kind of charming. I mean, he's British. Come on, British people are always charming, right? And so he ends up sort of charming her and saying, hey, you know, how about you fly down and go to this wedding, and the other parts of the family would love to meet you, and it would be great because we didn't even know we had another cousin in the States. It would be fantastic. And she's kind of like, I don't know, maybe, kind of. He's like, well, I'll pay for your flight. You come on down. And so, well, she couldn't really resist. Even though all the warning signs are there that this guy is a major creepazoid, she still goes because, well, quite frankly, we wouldn't have a movie if she decided to actually be smart. All right? And so she goes down, and it's almost like being in a Downton Abbey movie where there's gothic vampires and shit. Like, it's all sort of like regal and prim and proper, and the great sort of like English style castles. And she's like, oh my god, man, these people are rich, like crazy rich. And she's like, whoa. And there's like maids and butlers, and she doesn't really fit into this, to be honest with you, but she's trying her best to sort of go with it. At the same time, there's this other guy that's there that she's kind of flirting with, and, you know, potential love interest. But at the same time, there's some really creepy shit going on. You know, she has to stay in her room, weird things happening at night, screams and things sort of around the castle, and she's like, oh, what's happening here? And, well, lo and behold, like I said earlier, they're bloodsuckers. Yes, they're vampires. Vampires indeed. And, well, they do have plans for good old Evie. And, well, not the good kind, put it that way. Oh, yes, man. Now, look, I had heard a lot of really not great things about the movie. And after watching it, yeah, well, they ain't wrong. I mean, they're really not, dude. I mean, seriously, it's not a terrible movie, all things considered. I mean, I've seen some bad fucking movies, all right? I've seen some shit, right? Bodies, anybody? I mean, man, I've seen some shit fest, okay? So as far as horror movies is concerned, it's not the bottom of the barrel, all right? But it ain't exactly close to being top of the tier either, all right? It's just not, man. And there's so many problems with this movie. I mean, the fact that there's so many warning signs in her face. Once she gets there, there's all these unsettling vibes and people sort of acting weird around her. And I mean, any sensible, normal person would get the fuck out of there immediately, man. They'd be gone, all right? But somehow she stays because she's like, well, I guess this is normal in England, right? Really? Jesus, man. And so she just sort of goes along with it in sort of this stupid way when everything is finally revealed. And I'm sort of like, duh, I could have seen this shit coming a mile away, man. It's predictable as hell. It's sort of over the top. Some of these performances, some of them are really good, but some of them are just like really weird because in the context of the movie, it just really makes no sense. She's connected to the vampire family through her like great grandmother or great great grandmother, something like that, where they were trying to get her to be a bride and then she decided she would rather kill herself instead of being one of them. And so then many years later they bring her into the fold, but that really doesn't make any sense because if that's the case, why didn't they recruit her sooner than now? I mean, if this was their plan all along, then, I mean, why didn't they search the states earlier to find an actual relative? I mean, if you could go on, like, Ancestry.com and just figure that shit out, shouldn't it be easy? I know, I'm blowing plot holes like a motherfucker through this goddamn thing, but it really is the truth, man. I mean, the performances are just over the top and just doesn't make any sense for the movie. Stupid character decisions that shouldn't even really happen. And even the blood and gore is really pitiful here. The movie basically came out in the movie theaters as a PG-13, and what they ended up doing was putting that out there because it was the best possible way to give it a wider audience for the PG-13. But by doing that, they literally cut the balls out of the movie. You barely see any blood and gore, you barely see any blood sucking, and even when you do, it's very minimal at best. You barely see any blood oozing out. It's just fucking pitiful, man. It's fucking lame as shit, alright? And I know that the unrated cut is more gory and there's more blood in it, and I'm glad that there is. Not that I'm gonna watch it, because honestly, the movie is still what the movie is. I don't care what kind of blood and gore is in this fucking thing. I mean, the movie is still predictable as shit with bad performances and stupid character decisions. So, yeah, you can splash as much blood on the screen as you want, but it's still a dull movie regardless, and that's really the fucking problem with this thing. It's got a great idea and a great premise of, you know, keeping the legacy of these families alive through marriage with these brides, and there's some really interesting nods to the Dracula legend and all that jazz. So there's some really great sort of Easter eggs for fans of the Dracula legend, but that being said, you can get that out of other movies, man. This is just dull and lifeless and lame and boring, and I just wish it was a hell of a lot better, man. I mean, hour, 45-minute time waster, maybe, but at the end of the day, look, there's a lot of really great vampire movies out there, and this one, you really don't even get some great vampire stuff until the very end, and at that point, it's too little too late. Great fucking cover, man. The cover is fucking awesome. But the movie, yeah, not so much, man. There's better movies with vampires that have better bite to them, and The Invitation just doesn't cut it. Sometimes you have to break the law in Breaking. The Blu-ray for $16.96, the DVD for $9.96. Ah, yes. Some dramatic thriller hostage taken. Yes, indeed, man. Now, I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I heard so-so stuff about it. I mean, I saw a trailer for it in the movie theater, but then I didn't hear much about it after that. It came and went in the box office really fast, and before you knew it, it was gone. You're like, oh, I thought this was going to be some of those really great dramatic movies where it's a true story and people are really talking about it and how it impacted society, but dude, it just came and went like a mofo really fast. Some people really liked it, some people were kind of iffy on it, and I was like, well, it looks really great, it looks really dramatic. I mean, it's got to be good, right? I mean, at least I hope it did. But I decided, hey, I'm going to give it a go, man. And by the way, it does have John Boyega in it, which John Boyega is a really good actor. So, you know, hey, why not? And Michael K. Williams ain't half bad either. He's certainly not, man. So basically, it's about this veteran, Brian, who is having issues with the VA, and he's pretty much getting the go around. They're screwing him over in these payments that he's pretty much done with. They're not believing him, and they're still taking money out, and he's broke, pretty much almost homeless. And he decides, look, I'm getting screwed over by the VA, money that is being taken out, which is actually mine. And so he decides, you know what, I am going to hold hostage a bank with some of the employees, and I'm going to make this public. I'm going to get what's mine at the end of the day. But ultimately, does he? I mean, look, he wants to make this public. He wants to make this an issue because he fought for his country, and the VA is screwing him over. They're cheating the system, and he's basically got no option but to be homeless because they're not giving him the options anymore. The VA has literally stripped him of any sort of dignity that he has, and he's literally at his breaking point. And this is what the whole story is about. It's based on a true story. This really happened to an individual out there, and it's tense, it's thrilling. There's some really great dramatic moments. The acting is absolutely phenomenal here. There's some really great stuff to chew into here of a man who is really desperate to try to bring his situation to public light. And I really do appreciate that, and I think there's some really great dramatic moments here that really shine. And I also got to say that I really love John Boyega here. I think John Boyega is in top form acting-wise. He's really great. He's absolutely giving it his all. There's no doubt about that. He is really, really that damn good, man. But the movie is not without its faults, because there is some issues with the film, because you don't really get to know the character of Brian enough. You know that he's a veteran. You know that obviously he's had struggles with the VA, and the system has failed him, and he has a little daughter, and you kind of see some of the relationship with the daughter and some of the relationship with the ex-wife, but not enough to really care about it. And I wish the movie would have went more into his past, maybe flashbacks of his time, you know, being a veteran, and the whole war situation, and the fact that he did sacrifice for his country and then coming back, and the idea that his country really didn't treat him the right way coming back after war. I wish they would have highlighted that more and would have done that. I think you would have understood his struggles. I think you would have sympathized with him more. You sympathize with the victims in the bank more. I think you are really more riveted with the idea of the SWAT and police drama, and the idea of trying to resolve this situation more than actually caring about the individual themselves. I think that's the main issue as well here. I mean, it's good. It has its dramatic moments. The acting is really fantastic. But the problem is you don't really get to know the characters enough to really care about the situation. And that's the fault of it. On top of that, look, the movie is a little long in the tooth. They could have cut about 10 or 15 minutes out of it, and I don't think you would have missed it. I understand why they wanted to keep it going, because you wanted to draw out the drama and the suspense of it, and will he or won't he. But once the situation comes to an end, tragically I might add, it kind of feels like it drags on a little bit more. It was kind of anticlimactic at the end of the day. It's sort of half and half. It has moments that I really enjoyed, and then there's moments where I wish they would have gone further with it, or maybe tightened up the film a little bit more, the script-wise, fleshed out the characters. It is very half-baked. And it's a shame, because the performances really lift this thing up. John Boyega really lifts this film up in a big bad way, but unfortunately, it just didn't quite do it to perfection, man. And just a goddamn shame, dude. High potential, but this time around, it didn't break the bank. Look to the skies and behold the terror above you. Or lack thereof. In Nope, a DVD for $17.96, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.96. Ah, yes. Nope, indeed. Oh boy. So I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater with John, and we wanted to because we like the trailer. On top of that, look, I've really liked what Jordan Peele has done as a filmmaker, man. I thought Get Out was phenomenal. I thought that Us was really, really solid, man. I dug the shit out of that movie. And even now, people are copying Jordan Peele because The Invitation is very much like Get Out with vampires in a weird way. It kind of is, man. So already Jordan Peele has really cemented his sort of mainstay within the horror genre. And I know that in a lot of ways, people were really anticipating what he was going to do next. And the advertising and the marketing for this movie was very mysterious, and you kind of thought maybe it was aliens, but it could be something else. It could be this crazy wild twist. You never really know, man. So it was something that people were really interested in, me included, and John. So we went and we saw it, and we were willing to give this thing a chance. And when we left the movie theater, dude, we were disappointed like a motherfucker. We really were, man. And I hate to say it because it's a goddamn shame, but dude, this movie is an absolute mess, dude. I mean, truly, it really is a mess. It's a very coherent plot with random characters that are just there for random sake, that don't even last that long. Main characters that are either really underwhelming or kind of overwhelming to the point of annoying. On top of that, the movie is really long and has a lot of really dull and uninteresting moments. And once it gets interesting, it really starts to become kind of laughable at the end of the day. And yeah, it's just one hodgepodge of ideas after another with a mess of a plot and inconsistent characters where you wonder what was the point of it to begin with. Plot sequences where what was the point of it? I mean, seriously, I would have rather had the whole chimpanzee horror plot than the alien plot any day of the week. It just doesn't come together. And it's just an absolute hot mess. And it's a shame to say that, but I kind of feel like Jordan Peele was throwing everything in the kitchen sink in this goddamn thing. And I wish he would have streamlined it a bit more because, honestly, once you get used to one thing, it changes over to the next thing, but there is no consistency to it. It's just all over the place for the sake of being all over the place. On top of that, you know, Daniel Kaluuya is underwhelming. Keke Palmer is way overdoing it. And so, on one hand, you're bored to death. On the other hand, you're annoyed as shit. And you're just asking yourself, like, what's the point of all this? I mean, basically, it's about these two siblings that are estranged, that are trying to get back together after the whole tragedy of their father. And there's some weird stuff going on in the skies, people disappearing. It could potentially be aliens. They're right in the middle of it, so they're going to try to expose it and all the crazy hijinks that go through that, right? Sounds kind of exciting, kind of cool, maybe with some cool twists and turns, but I wish it would have been a hell of a lot better, man. I really do. And on top of that, the design to the alien is fucking god-awful, man. It looks like paper mache. It looks like somebody built the design of the creature out of napkins and paper plates. I'm not even kidding you, dude. I mean, I was like, this is the alien? This? Shit, man. I could have fucking drawn something better when I was drunk than this shit. What the hell, man? Just think about this. If you were watching John Carpenter's The Thing, okay, and suddenly the big reveal of the monster and the creature is some sort of weird paper mache looking motherfucker, you'd be pissed, dude. You'd be pissed. Like, what the fuck is this? Is this what I was waiting for? Like, come on, man. And it would be the same thing with so many other really great horror creatures and space creatures like Alien. The anticipation of finally seeing the alien in its full form, and then you get this weird sort of like paper mess airplane looking shit, and you're like, dude, they made this? They had the budget for this? I mean, maybe you could get away with that back in like the 1950s or the 60s or some shit, and maybe it would have been kind of cool and quirky. But now, dude, you really need to stun people, and you really need to really leave people like, whoa, look at that shit. That's crazy. But I was laughing in the movie theater. John was fucking chuckling, dude. Some of the people in the movie theater were literally like laughing their asses off. We're like, this is the big reveal? This is it? Damn, and they should have just kept with the spaceship. I would have been fine with that, man. But to reveal looking like that, man, that was a really, really hard-ass disappointment, man. I think the whole movie is. There is sequences of tension, but very few and far between. There's plot holes like a motherfucker. And on top of that, it's just too long. There were so many sequences that just felt boring, and we were like, when are we going to get back to the excitement? And just when there was an excited sequence for like maybe 5 minutes, then they go back to this dull, like, well, we're talking about setting up the creatures, and we're talking about these characters and filming it and releasing it to the world as far as the footage and being famous, and then we get to another exciting sequence maybe for another 5 minutes, and then we're back to talking about mundane shit again, over and fucking over. And once you get to a really great, exciting, full-on sequence, at that point, you're just kind of like ready to fucking leave the movie theater. And even when there's exciting shit going on, the characters are really fucking stupid and asinine and idiotic, and you're just sitting there like, man, can some people be smart, please, for once in their goddamn fucking life? Because this is fucking... God, man, I just can't take this shit anymore. I can't take characters being stupid for stupid's sake, man. It's the same shit that happens in The Invitation, and I'm just getting sick of it. It's the same thing that happens in fucking Fall, or Bodies, and I'm like, can we please... I don't know. Like, I know that characters have to be stupid for stupid's sake in order to get to the next plot element, but can we find better ways to do this shit? Because I'm exhausted with it, man, and Nope is the same fucking example of it. I don't know. I mean, I give him credit for going outside his comfort zone and doing something more sci-fi and less horror-ish, but he still did horror to a certain extent, but it just didn't quite work out the way that I was hoping for. I know some people really liked the movie, and some people really found a lot of enjoyment out of it. And if you did, hey, that's cool, man. I mean, no fault. I'm glad that you had a great experience with the movie, but man, I was massively underwhelmed, massively disappointed, and I just thought that this was a hot mess of a film. Characters that have interesting arcs that are just dispensed with in the blink of an eye. Plot elements that have no business being in there because they don't connect with the alien storyline whatsoever. Characters that really are just, at the end of the day, either a real bore fest or to the point of being absolutely annoying. And I don't know, man, like, this just wasn't my jam. It wasn't. I love alien invasion type of movies, I love that shit, but Nope really just, man, just made me really just miss the days of old school horror, man. Miss the days of old school sci-fi goodness, man. I'll go back and I'll take Plan 9 from outer space, dude. I'll take the old school flying saucers with the fucking strings attached. I'll do that shit, man, because it was a hell of a lot entertaining than this shit, man. I mean, at least there was likable characters. There was some type of charm to the movie. This had no charm. And at the end of the day, it was an absolute dull bore fest with a couple of great action sequences and a creature design that was massively, massively disappointing like a motherfucker. I mean, if you liked it, great, but honestly, if you say this even closely compares to Get Out or Us, dude, you are smoking major crack, man, because Nope doesn't even come close to that shit. I like Jordan Peele. He's a great filmmaker, but this one, it definitely needs to be abducted. Let's be real. You can never really escape the superhero love, can you? Oh, indeed you can with Titans, a complete third season for 1996. Yes. Look at that, teen superheroes battling evil yet again. Oh, you bet your ass they are, baby. Heroes will rise, or Gotham will fall. And we can't let Gotham fall, man. Even though there's so much fucking scumbags in Gotham, we probably should. Oh my God, man. Jeez. Talk about scum and villainy, man. That's the place for it. Good God, dude. Look, I have never seen a single episode of Titans, and I do have HBO Max, so I probably should watch it at some point, considering it's on the streaming platform. So I should probably get on that shit sometime soon. But I've heard actually really good things about this show, man. People have really liked it. It was kind of a bumpy ride the first season, and the second season was a bit better, and people really liked the third season, and I think people are really looking forward to where they go next with it. Look, man, not all superhero shows are created equal, all right? Let's be real. I mean, Batwoman, anybody? All right, the CW proves that not everything is really all that good, but ever so occasionally there is ones that shine. I mean, yes, there is budget constraints, and yes, the costumes don't always look that great, and yeah, the special effects CGI could be a hell of a lot better, but despite some of the constraints, despite some of the shortcomings, it seems that they do pull it off, which is kind of cool, man. So what do you guys think? Is the third season really good? Is Titans well worth diving into? Definitely let me know, man. I do got HBO Max, so I could get into it. You just gotta let me know. That is for damn sure, man. And, well, it's one thing to get away from superhero love, but god damn, man. The Christmas love, jeez. Immediately when it turns November, suddenly the Christmas stuff comes out of the woodwork, man. They literally are like, Halloween is gone? Oh shit, I think we can come out, boys. Jeez, pretty much, man. Holy shit. God, the Hallmark love is back. God damn, dude. Christmas on the square. Time for them to come home for Christmas. Christmas at Castle Hart. The Christmas contest. 5 more minutes. Open by Christmas. And you, me, and the Christmas tree. Oh my God. The Hallmark love is back again, man. I guess it's that time of year, isn't it? Holy shit, it is, dude. Whoa, look at this. Dolly Parton is back, man. Wait a minute, is that Christine Baranski? Yo! Man, how did they get her in this thing? What the hell, man? Dolly Parton is great. I like Dolly. 9 to 5, man. I love her. Not exactly begging for her doing Christmas movies, but, it is what it is, man. I mean, who else is in this? Oh, is that Treat Williams? Whoa, Treat Williams is in here. Holy shit, man. Dolly Parton, Treat Williams, and Christine Baranski? Oh, okay. Kind of got me going. Just a wee bit, man. Interesting. I don't know, though. I don't think this Jew's gonna bite the bullet, though. I don't think he is, man. I mean, you got... based on a Blake Shelton hit song. Not like I listen to Blake Shelton. I'm not really a country music fan. Sorry, folks. This is not my jam. Lacey Chabert, Stuart Townsend. Oh, my God. Stuart Townsend, dude. Man, I think the last thing I saw Stuart Townsend in was that, vampire flick with Aaliyah way back in the day, man. I mean, I'm sure he's done other stuff since then, but that's the last thing I really remember Stuart Townsend in. Dude. Oh, it's been a hot minute since I've seen that guy. Lacey Chabert, of course, she does a shitload of these. In fact, Lacey Chabert, Candace Cameron Bure, and Danica McKellar, they're like the trio of females doing Hallmark movies, man. It's like every single holiday season, they're in one of these motherfuckers, man. Seriously. Dude, they're staples now of the Hallmark legacy. They really are, dude. And let's be honest, most of these Christmas ones, they're all about, finding love and true love during the Christmas time and yada freaking yada. It's the same goddamn thing, just wrapped in a different type of story. But it has the same predictable stuff in it over and over and over again. And look, as a Jew, I'm just not willing to bite the bullet, man. I like certain Christmas movies, don't get me wrong, I really do. But the Hallmark ones are not my jam. But that being said, look, guys, Hallmark movies are very popular. People love them, man. There are people that literally are hyped for the Hallmark holiday Christmas movies every single year. And so I can't fault them. If you love them, you love them. But I don't know. They're just too predictable. They're too schmaltzy. It's just not my jam, man. It really honestly isn't. So I don't know. I mean, it's for other people, but it definitely isn't for this Jew, man. And that being said, I mean, come on. Can we stop with the Christmas love and start getting into the Hanukkah shit? I mean, come on. Hanukkah on the square? Time for them to come home for Hanukkah? Hanukkah at Castle Hart? The Hanukkah contest? Open by Hanukkah? You, me, and the... Okay, yeah, not that one. We don't have Hanukkah trees. But seriously, man, most of them you could do Hanukkah? Why not, man? Give the Jews some goddamn love once in a while, man. Don't we deserve that shit? Seriously, we really do, dude. Oh, man. And I guess the Hallmark love is back for all you Christmas lovers out there. God bless your ever-loving heart and soul. Oh, indeed, man. But hey, you got to appreciate them for what they are, and you definitely got to appreciate Walmart, man, because they had the physical media love. Some I liked, some I didn't, but hey, all of the good old physical media goodness that I hope and pray for. And at least they had it this week. I'm damn glad for it. Let's head out. Ah, yes, Walmart is definitely delivering the good. Oh, they are, man, yes. We're getting to that holiday season where we've got to put out the physical media, baby. We've got to do it because, you know, people got to buy that shit. We forget that people actually still buy physical media. Oh, by the way, sometimes this place actually kind of forgets that fact, but this time around, I guess they didn't. I guess they kind of got reminded to actually put their stuff out, and damn glad for it, man. All the big blockbuster goodness that we have, not half bad, man. A lot of variety. Definitely happy with Walmart this time around. Can't say I'm always happy with them, but this time around, I'm pleasantly pleased. And, well, can't always say it, but hey, sometimes there's a first for everything. Indeed there is, man. Not half bad overall, man. Definitely gave me the physical media vibes I wanted. Hopefully they did for you as well. But I know there's more physical media hopefully around. Well, here's to hoping, folks. How about we go and see if we got more to check out? All right, everybody. We are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I gotta talk to you guys about something. Oh, indeed I do. Because look, some filmmakers love working with certain companies. And then after a while, well, they just gotta call it quits, baby. When you're Tim Burton, well, I think you have the right to. Indeed you do. From IndieWire, Tim Burton says he's done making Disney movies, calls company a horrible big circus. Let's dive in, shall we? Let's dive in indeed. Anyone hoping for a sequel to Tim Burton's Dumbo shouldn't hold their breath. Speaking at the Lumiere Festival in Lyon after receiving the Prix Lumiere, Burton revealed that the 2019 film likely marked the end of his long-running creative friendship with Disney. He began his film career as an animator at Disney before Warner Brothers hired him to make his live-action directorial debut on Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Oh, such a great movie. He returned to work with Disney on films like Ed Wood, The Nightmare Before Christmas, Alice in Wonderland, Frankenweenie, and most recently, Dumbo. Burton believes that the entertainment landscape has shifted to the point where it no longer makes sense for him to collaborate with the entertainment giant. He explained that his experience working on Dumbo made him realize that Disney had gotten too big for him. My history is that I started out there. I was hired and fired like several times throughout my career there. The thing about Dumbo is that's why I think my days with Disney are done. I realized that I was Dumbo, that I was working in this big, horrible circus and I needed to escape. That movie is quite autobiographical at a certain level. Look, he has every right to do what he wants to do. I think most of us would pretty much say that. And it's not like the partnership wasn't fruitful. I mean, yes, he made them a lot of money, but also Disney ended up making him, in some ways, a household name with some of the projects that they ended up greenlighting for him. I mean, we wouldn't have Nightmare Before Christmas if it wasn't for Disney financing it. We wouldn't have Ed Wood. We wouldn't have some of the very special and prominent Tim Burton films without the backing of Disney. So the relationship goes both ways. All right, it honestly does. But I do agree with Tim Burton when he says that it has become very corporate. It has become like this big, horrible circus. And in some ways, you're like a trained seal or a trained elephant or something. You're just going out there and doing these massive projects, and there really is no heart behind it. All it is a cash grab for cash grab's sake. But then again, there is a point where I do blame Tim Burton because you went along for the ride. You wanted to make Alice in Wonderland, you wanted to make Dumbo, you wanted to make these movies, and as long as Disney is willing to foot the bill, you're willing to go with it. And so, look, I don't think Tim Burton is the same filmmaker that he was many years ago. I still love Tim Burton, but he is sort of lacking the special Tim Burton quality that I've known from him over the years. And I think it has become one of those things where I think he has been too corporate. I think he has ended up being in bed with the Disneys and a lot of these big studios and doing these big studio films. And I think he needs to get back to the smaller stuff. He needs to get back to, what made Tim Burton in the first place. And I think severing ties with Disney is a good way to get there. Look, Disney is not the be-all, end-all. And Disney is so big that, they can survive not having Tim Burton with them. Would it be nice to have Tim Burton back and doing more stuff with them? Of course it would. It's, at moments, been a match made in heaven, but at other points, it's had its issues. Look, let's be real. Alice in Wonderland is not a really great movie, and Dumbo is not bad, but it's certainly not up to classic Tim Burton standards either. So, give or take, man. But, look, as much as I love new movies, as much as I support new movies, I'll be honest with you, a lot of the stuff nowadays is a simple cash grab. It's not really as good as it used to be from back in the day. I think a lot of filmmakers would pretty much tell you that. And I think a lot of filmmakers that took chances back in the day, like a Tim Burton with Ed Wood or Nightmare Before Christmas, you name it, I think nowadays those chances are more slim, more rare. And nowadays, for a filmmaker like Tim Burton to get something done, it has to be a very big budget movie in order to accomplish it. And to go to somebody like Disney and say, well, I want to make this low budget experimental film, I don't know if Disney would necessarily go down that road. Maybe back in the day, 80s, 90s, but now, look, man, especially with the way box office is, the way that the pandemic has changed things, I think a lot of these studios want to make big budget properties, franchise properties, and if you're not in the business of doing that, they just don't want to hear what you have to say. And the same thing with Alice in Wonderland. It's, okay, well, we have this. If this movie is really successful, we'll go and do another one, and vice versa, and vice versa. And I think it's just become a factory, and I think Tim Burton was willing to go with it for a long time. And then after a while, he was like, you know what, dude, I've played the game. It's been very fruitful for me. I've made a lot of money off of it. They've made a lot of money off of me. But it kind of, after a while, becomes a little soulless and a little empty. And the creativity isn't quite there the way it used to be. And so, in some ways, him doing this, maybe he's trying to refine himself. Maybe he just feels that, he's pretty much given everything he can to a company like Disney and he can't really give any more. Maybe that. It's possible. You never really know. Look, at the end of the day, I respect Tim Burton. I respect Disney. But, Disney is not what it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. And we need to recognize that. And sometimes by doing that, certain filmmakers who were profitable for them for a long time, they got to go. And it's no disrespect to Disney. Disney's going to do what Disney does. They always will. They'll continue to do so. They'll find new filmmakers. But I think parting ways just means that it's the end of an era. And the Tim Burton era at Disney is gone. Doesn't mean we can't still relive the classics, but there won't be any more in the pipeline. What do you think about this? Do you think that Tim Burton is right to leave a corporate entity like Disney, or do you feel that they could have still worked together in a really great way, just depending on the project? Regardless, well, the relationship is no more. It is what it is, man. But I think Disney will survive, and so will Tim Burton. But what do you think? Definitely let me know. In the meantime, there was physical media love. Walmart proved it, but what about Target? I'm interested to see what they have. How about we go in, check it out? All right, everybody, we are in at Target, and we do have some new release love. But not a ton, but hey, it's something. Let's dive in, shall we, with a little bit of Maverick, Top Gun Maverick, Danger Zone Maverick, baby. The DVD for $19.99, the Blu-ray digital for $24.99, the 4K digital love for $29.99, and well, there was another thing here, another 4K for $34.99. I don't know whether that was the Steelbook. I had heard the Steelbook was here at Target. Whether it was an exclusive, I'm not sure. It seems like it sold out pretty well because, I mean, come on, it is Top Gun sequel love. Why wouldn't it sell out? If it was a special edition out there, the collectors were definitely going to grab it. That's for damn sure, man. But hey, we still got enough Maverick love to keep the interest going. You know what I'm saying? Minus that special edition. God damn it. Collectors love to collect, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they definitely do, baby. But come on. It's not just about the collector love, it's about the overall experience, the nostalgia of Top Gun, the 80s goodness, man. Come on. You love to revisit that shit, don't you? Hell, everybody does. Man, nostalgia has been a huge thing within the cinema world in the past. Well, it's been a long time, but it's really gotten more heavy-handed in the last few years, dare I say. And I think the biggest issue that I had going into Top Gun Maverick, the biggest thing that I was so worried about was the fact that they were going to overuse the nostalgia. Because let's be real, you know, whether we're talking about Ghostbusters Afterlife, or Halloween Kills, Matrix Resurrections, I could go on and frickin' on. The idea that nostalgia is pretty much all these movies have at this point. They're not really doing any crazy original ideas. They're redoing the same scenes. They're re-saying sometimes the same lines from a long time ago. And unfortunately, a lot of these movies don't have an original bone in their body, and all they're doing is regurgitating just the same old stuff over and over again. I mean, the old stuff is great, don't get me wrong, but at a certain point, like, I could watch the old stuff for the same lines and the same sequences. I don't need the new stuff to retread it. It's fine if they do it a little bit here and a little bit there, but man, it just feels like a complete regurgitation nowadays. So that was the thing that I was worried about the most, but I actually think they were really clever in this movie. I think Tom Cruise was clever. I think the filmmakers were clever in the idea that I think what they did really great is that the beginning of the movie, they do the whole Kenny Loggins Danger Zone song and really get people going. They have the homages to Goose, and they have some of the old sequences. Sometimes maybe, a little bit of homage with one of the songs, stuff like that. But for the most part, they got that out of the way really fast. Like, they did a lot of the homages and a lot of the nostalgia trip stuff really early, and then they decided after that they were really going to go and do something a little bit more original and really not do much of a retread. Yes, pay homage a little bit here and there for story purposes, but as far as nostalgia regurgitation, as I like to call it, I think they really did it in a clever way. They got it out of the way early on, said, hey, we know what you're looking forward to. We know that you want the same music. We know that, you want some of the cool sequences. Oh, okay, we gotcha. We're going to do it early on. We're going to show our hand early. And then for the rest of the movie, we're going to do something new, original. We're not going to do a lot of retreading, and I appreciate that, man. I really honestly do, and I think that's why this movie was as successful as it was. I mean, movies can still be successful doing nostalgia. It happens all the frickin' time, man, but there's something to be said for really doing something original and trying to be clever in the way you tell your story, but yet honor what came before. It's not easy to do because most people just consider it a necessity to go out of their way to do the nostalgia stuff so hard that it feels like it's overstuffing your eyeballs. And there's a balance to it. There's a balance to doing something new and original and yet really paying homage and respect to the movie that started it all. And Tom Cruise really did a great balance with that. I really did because look, you know, whether you like him or hate him, you have to appreciate the fact that Tom Cruise is a really powerful force in cinema. And I'm sure he got so many offers to do so many different types of Top Gun sequels over the years. And I'm sure they were heavy with nostalgia and they kept on probably retreading the same thing over and over and over again. And I think Tom Cruise wanted to do something unique with this. I mean, if you're coming back for a sequel of a movie that is so revered, you really want to do it right at the end of the day. You really, truly do. And I think he took his time. I think the filmmakers took their time. He wanted the right script and the right actors and crew on board, filmmakers, to get this thing right. And sometimes a lot of these sequels, especially nostalgia ones, years down the road, all they do is basically do it so fast and so sloppy that all they have to go on is nostalgia because, quite frankly, that's the only story that they have left to tell. They've run out of ideas. And I think with Top Gun, they didn't do that. And I think that's why it's as loved as it is. Yes, it still pays homage and respect to the old school, but it doesn't retread it to the point that you're watching the same movie. Especially a fan of the old school movie as I am, I have to give them a lot of respect, man. And Tom Cruise is one of them. Look, this guy goes out of his way to make a movie. He doesn't half-ass it. And if he does, usually 9 times out of 10, it's not that guy's fault, all right? Okay, The Mummy aside, all right? 'Cause that's a piece of shit, all right? But normally, the guy hits it out of the park because he has such passion for the projects that he's doing that he wants to make sure that it's a thrill ride for the audience. And Top Gun Maverick doesn't disappoint. Just saying, man. And also, can I just say this? Look, I don't know what Tom Cruise is drinking as of late. I don't know if he's bathing in children's blood. I don't know what the fuck this guy is doing. But he barely ages, man. Jesus. I mean, I feel like I'm getting older and Tom Cruise is getting younger. I mean, what fucking Benjamin Button syndrome is this motherfucker on? Seriously. My God, man. Whatever he is, I give the guy a ton of respect because as long as he can still pull it off years later, I think in his 50s, dude, you gotta give him a lot of respect and a lot of appreciation for that, man. I mean, he looks way better than Wilford Brimley did. And I think at this point in his life, I think he's either the same age or older than Wilford Brimley was. Dude, and that's some scary shit. That is, man. But hey, Tom Cruise is one hell of an action star, one hell of a movie star, and Top Gun proves that, well, if you give him a good budget, if you give him a good story, the man can definitely pull off the impossible. And this one, yeah, it definitely proves the haters all kinds of wrong. But why do I always feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone and I always feel like somebody's watching me and I have no privacy? Oh. Well, with aliens, you won't have to worry about that once they put the probe up your ass. Then again, this one kind of skips the probe part. Indeed it does. With but the Blu-ray DVD digital collector's edition for $22.99, the DVD for $17.99, and oh, well, there was the 4K love, but no 4K to be seen here, folks. But hey, we still got a little bit of alien abduction goodness regardless, and you definitely got to appreciate it. That is for damn sure, man. We interrupt this broadcast to give you late breaking news. I fucked up. Okay, so to be fair, I don't know if I necessarily fucked up, but I'll take the blame on this one. Okay, so in all honesty, the holidays get really, really crazy. And I mean absolutely nutty. You guys know it. And trying to film in the stores is never easy. It's sometimes damn right down difficult, okay? And there are weeks where it's better than others. And Target is one of those places where, oh man, it is just absolutely mind-numbingly asinine at times. And because the toy section is literally right next to the physical media section, we get the screaming kids, we get the crying kids, we get the parents that don't know how to actually be parents, and adults that just want to try every single toy that the little kids have and all the sounds that it makes. And it slows the process of filming down to a crawl, literally. And sometimes you're able to get it all done, and sometimes you literally have to take over a week to try to get anything done there because it's just really, really tough with all of the crazy and wild and terrible customers that go in there from time to time. And so this week is yet another example of it. I know I've already really fucked up once, but now why not twice? And it's not like I don't show it all off. I do. The unfortunate part about it is that I literally went in almost every single day and I just got a little bit done. And a little bit more done. And a little bit more done. But I never got all of it done. And then suddenly new releases came. Everything got moved down a bit. So you're still getting me talking about the movies this week. So it's not like I'm skipping anything necessarily. But the unfortunate thing is that, well, things sort of changed and the positioning changed and I just had to kind of go with it because I was running behind and customers are, well, you know, and so I just had to go with it and I had to deal with it. And I apologize. It's a little rough sometimes having to sort of do a video where, you know, you're in one position on the shelving and then the next second you're down under a different part of the shelving and you're like, oh my god, what the hell happened? It just changed like an instant. Well, you kind of know the reason why. And it's not to do with the employees or even my enthusiasm for doing these because I love doing them. It's just the customers. And they literally are absolutely annoying at times. And you literally get so frustrated that you just walk out and you're like, shit, I'll do this another fucking day. And that's sometimes what happens. Usually I'm very consistent. This is yet another time where consistency wasn't always on my side, but I still got it done. I still did my due diligence for you guys, regardless of where the physical media is on one shelf versus the next week on another shelving. I apologize, guys, but I still tried my best for you. I hope it doesn't annoy you too much. If it does, apologies, it's on me, but just so you know, I still try my hardest for you guys every single week, and sometimes it's easier than other weeks. This happened to be yet another one where, customers just don't know when to get out of my fucking way. And this is yet another example of it. Oh, indeed it is. But I hope you enjoyed the video regardless. I hope you enjoy me talking about my Target experience overall. And enjoy the ride, I would say. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And enjoy the video. But just because I like some alien abduction flicks doesn't mean I like all alien abduction flicks. And thus we have the latest Jordan Peele experience. Now look, you guys know already from Walmart that I am not a really big fan of this movie. And I'm sure some of you are going to really get up my ass about it. Some of you are going to be like, wait a minute, you don't like the latest Jordan Peele jam? What's wrong with you? And, you know, sometimes I think to myself, geez, what is wrong with me? I mean, if a lot of people like it and I don't, man, am I the fucked up one? Sometimes I think that. And then I'm like, you know what, look, I do have my own opinions, and just because you really love a certain artist, whether it's a director or an actor or a musician, you name it, it doesn't mean that everything that they do is going to be something that you ultimately love. And that's the honest truth about it. And I think the same with Jordan Peele. Look, I love Get Out. I love Us. And I wanted this to be really great. I was hoping it was. But at the end of the day, I have to be subjective. I have to not go in and instantly love something because it's Jordan Peele, right? I have to have a certain level where I need to see it for what it is and not be blinded by the artists themselves. For instance, I'm a huge fan of Francis Ford Coppola, but I really hate his last movie I think he did was Twixt, which is god awful, man. Huge fan of John Carpenter, but I really hate Ghosts of Mars, and man, The Ward is a piece of shit. Seriously, man, that is some bad crap, dude. I mean, I love Wes Craven, but My Soul to Take is hot garbage, alright? Guillermo del Toro is one of my favorite directors working today, but man, I really didn't like Nightmare Alley, and I'm not a huge fan of Pacific Rim. So, just because you love a certain director or actor, that doesn't mean that everything they do, everything they're in or direct is gold. Not every artist is amazing. Not everybody is 100% in everything they do. We think sometimes that these artists are invincible, that everything they do, they literally crap gold. All right? And that's not the truth, man. The truth is that there's going to be hits and there's going to be misses. And with Jordan Peele, in my honest opinion, this is a miss. I mean, I appreciate the effort. He tried, and for what it's worth, he deserves credit for that. But I don't think he really had this movie really as locked down as he thinks he did. I think the story was all over the place. I think the characters were either really mundane or way over the top and ridiculous to the point of absurdity. And I thought the design of the alien spacecraft and the alien design itself was garbage, man. I just felt like, God, this is what it is? I mean, that took the sale out of the movie just by itself. And look, I appreciate an artist's take on different genres, and I think Jordan Peele is going to be a great director who is really going to shine in years to come and be one of those really great voices within cinema and horror cinema, for that matter. But you can't like everything that everybody does. And to just sort of like it because it's the next Jordan Peele film or the next Spielberg film, that doesn't really do the artist any good either. It's good for an artist to understand that not everything they do is going to be great, and they do need to get pushback from time to time to know what works and what doesn't. It's just the honest truth, because when an artist is praised for everything, they don't really know their faults or their limitations, and that's also a problem too, man. So it's nice to prop up these artists, but not necessarily tear them down. But criticism is not a bad thing, and with Jordan Peele, I think that's really important, man, especially for a guy who has instant success like this. It's easy to basically go over your head and think that you're hot shit, and sometimes you need to get pulled back a bit, and I think this movie kind of proves that. Again, I know people really love it, but sometimes not everything is as good as you might think it is. Who knew high school could be this fucking crazy? In the HBO original series Euphoria, Season 1 and Season 2 together. The DVD for none other than $34.99. Oh, yes, all the high school drama that you can easily handle. Well, maybe. Oh, man, it can be all yours for $35. And honestly, hell, it beats therapy bills. You can bet your ass it does. Holy shit. Man, I never realized that high school has gotten so fucked up over the years. I'm serious, man. Okay, look, I'm gonna be real. I graduated high school in 2001. All right, I'm gonna stress that again. 2001. It has been over 20 years since I left high school. God, I am old. Oh, shit. And, you know, look, there was always drama in high school. In fact, there always is. I don't care what decade we're talking about. There's always drama in fucking high school, man. There just really is. It's just part of the vernacular of being in school is just drama. It's thick with it, okay? But I didn't realize it went this far, man. Wow. So I watched this on HBO Max with my girlfriend, and I'm going to be honest with you, I really had no idea what I was walking myself into. I had heard a lot of praise, people really loved the show, but I was kind of on the fence. But I still decided to go regardless and really see what this thing was all about. And my God, did this thing surprise the hell out of me, man. It shocked me, it stunned me. It took me for a goddamn whirlwind I was not prepared for. Okay, it is wild, man. I mean, basically, it's about Rue, played by Zendaya, and a bunch of these other high schoolers that are connected with one another in some fashion, some way, form, through relationships or hearsay, you name it. And it's just the complicated relationship and the drama and the struggles and the crazy hijinks and the betrayals and the love and the revenge. And my God, man, so much in this show, man, packed in every single episode. Yo, I was just really, I was stunned just watching this show, man. But it was really, really good. I mean, first off, the acting is phenomenal here. Everybody does an amazing job here, man. You buy into it. Everyone is committed to their roles. It's not wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're doing this for laughs. No, 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 man. This is real shit. All right, that's going on. And they do not shy away from subject matter, whether it's trans stuff, whether it's drugs, alcohol, sex, abuse, you name it, man. They are really just going at it in a big bad way. And there is no subject matter that they will not touch. There is no drama that they will not partake in. And they really go for it in a big bad way, man. I mean, fuck it. Don't call it Euphoria. Just call it sex, drugs, and nudity, man. Because shit, man, you get a hell of a lot of it every single fucking episode, man. I mean, I remember the first episode watching it, and I was just totally blown away. I was like, oh my God, man. Are they really going there? Oh shit, they did. Oh my God, they're not going to go even further. Oh shit, he's taping it? I was like, what? He has a sex tape? Wait a minute, he has multiple sex tapes? What? Like, what the hell? I was like, oh my God, man, he's sleeping with her, she's sleeping with him. They're sleeping together. They're sleeping with a third one. Dominatrix shit. My God, man. I was like, what the hell's going to happen next? And just when I thought they couldn't go any further, oh my God. Man, was I wrong? Oh, Lord. You know, look, I love good old high school teenage dramas from back in the day, man. But I mean, if you were to ask me some of my favorite ones, I would say obviously The Breakfast Club is something that I really like. I'll go so far to say more darker stuff like My So-Called Life, which is really great. I love that show, man. That is some great teen drama from back in the day, man. That's some good shit, okay? Revisit that, because, man, that is highly underrated. But, you know, I never really thought to dive into this sort of teenage drama stuff because honestly, I'm so disconnected from the high school teenage world now that I don't really know what regular teens go through anymore. I mean, I watched this show and I literally looked at my girlfriend. I'm like, is this what they deal with now? Is this it? This is what they're going through? Oh my God, man. And I literally said to my girlfriend, I'm like, I don't know if we should have kids. I don't know if I really want to bring a kid into this world if this is the issues they're going to deal with. Man, yo, I mean, I believe in public school, but this is ridiculous. Good Lord, man. But look, I will be honest with you. As much as I was shocked, as much as I was stunned, I was just blown away by what was happening on the screen half the time. I was captivated every single second of every single minute. I wanted to know what was going to happen next. I wanted to watch the next episode. I loved the acting. I loved the drama. I loved the stories. I loved the writing. I thought it was brilliantly well done, man. I really honestly did. And there's not many shows anymore that I really get into. You know what I mean? I mean, I watch a lot of stuff, but there's not a lot of shows that I'm really like, okay, this is appointment television that I have to watch. I watch it here and there because I want to watch it or I want to review it for you guys. But Euphoria is literally one of the first ones in a long ass time that I really am genuinely wanting to see where they go next with this. I was at moments not wanting to watch it because I just didn't want to deal with some of the horrific events that were going on with these characters, man, and dealing with the drama that they are dealing with and feeling trapped as a viewer. But yet at the same time, you're so captivated and you're so engaged with the show that you just can't help but watch. It's like a train wreck, man. You just want to see what happens next. Seriously. But it was so amazing and so good. And I give it a lot of praise. I really, honestly do. High praise. Look, the show is not for everybody, okay? There is certain subject matter in this show that you're going to turn away from. And you're going to be like, okay, man, this is too much for my ass. But for me, I was willing to go with it. My girlfriend was willing to go with it. And God bless our hearts, because honestly, we're looking forward to season 3. I don't know how crazy and fucked up it's going to get, but, well, I guess I'm on board. All right, everybody, I'm going to need each and every one of you to honk for Jesus. Honk for your Savior, because, trust me, ladies and gentlemen, it'll save your soul. Oh, indeed it will. When you honk for Jesus, save your soul. The Blu-ray digital for $19.99. A DVD for $14.99. Yes, some good old Jesus religion satire. Because everybody loves that, don't they? Oh, Lord help us. Oh, man, dude. Regina Hall, Sterling K. Brown, great 2 actors in this interesting sort of drama, comedy, satire, sort of religious revealing the truth about it, I suppose. However you want to name this thing. I mean, basically, I saw this thing on Amazon Prime, and I don't really even know why I wanted to watch this. I suppose it was coming out this week, and I'm like, well, I want to at least check it out to know what it was, but I actually remember seeing a trailer for this. There was a trailer that came out in one of the movies I was watching in the theater, and I saw the trailer. I'm like, it doesn't look bad. It looks okay. It kind of has a cool little satire vibe to it, kind of ripping the shit out of religion, sort of taking the piss out of it. I'm like, okay, I can kind of go with this. So I kind of remember that. I'm like, okay, I'm going to give this thing a chance. I mean, the actors alone, they're really great actors, so maybe this will be better than I think it's going to be. And, well, my first thought should have been the right one. Oh, it is, man. This thing, dude, it's not really that good. I'm just being honest with you, man. I was bored to tears watching this movie. I'm serious. I mean, basically, it's about the Reverend, played by Sterling K. Brown, and his wife, played by Regina Hall. And they have this huge mega church congregation. Well, they used to. Well, there was this whole huge thing of scandal, and a lot of things came out about them that were not exactly the most pleasant. And so basically their whole cash cow, their whole congregation, pretty much like almost overnight gone. People left in droves. And now there's this documentary that basically they're making as sort of their comeback. We're gonna come back. We're gonna praise Jesus yet again. We're gonna find the Lord, and the Lord forgives me, and therefore the congregation and the money will flow yet again, baby. Well, something like that, man. So basically, they're making this documentary as sort of a great little comeback story, but is it? No, you have to watch the movie to find out. But I'm just gonna be honest, don't. I mean, seriously, dude. Because as I was watching this movie, I kept on asking myself, is this supposed to be funny? Is this supposed to be a dramatic movie? I know, or at least I thought they were going for satire, but the thing about satire, the thing that you have to remember is that in order for it to be satire, it needs to be funny. Yes, yeah. That whole thing. It has to actually be humorous and comedic, and actually you need to maybe laugh a time or two. Yeah, this has none of that, dude. And the thing I always say about any comedy, I don't care what it is, guys. The thing I always say about it is that the biggest sin a comedy can make is it's just not funny. And this is one of those. And, look, it's not that I don't like satire. I love a good little satire documentary. I mean, come on, Spinal Tap, anybody? I love Spinal Tap. It is literally the best, all right? It's fucking amazing. So you can do satire, even dry humor satire, but it needs to be somewhat funny. It sort of needs to be that wink, wink, nod, nod. Hey, we're kind of making fun of it, but we're kind of taking it serious as well, but you sort of get the humor. But it doesn't come across that way. It comes off as more actually dramatic than anything else. The whole thing about this pastor and the lies that he's told and the comeback story he's trying to make, and at every turn he's failing, but all of these things are coming out about him. And Regina Hall, she's like this woman who has been beaten down in life, and just to follow her husband, and her story about her opening her eyes finally. And I'm like thinking to myself, I understand what they're trying to go for, but I don't think they succeeded. Because it's one thing to do satire and do it well. It's another thing to do satire and you're basically just end up actually telling a more dramatic story than actually trying to do satire. It sort of needs to be that wink, wink, nod, nod sort of thing where they're trying to play it for laughs. They're somewhat trying to be serious, but within the seriousness is where the comedy comes in, because they're almost overdoing it, right? That's where the comedy comes from, and this doesn't have that, not even close, man. And it just felt like they were making a dramatic movie about a reverend and his wife and the difficulties that they were going through, more than they were actually trying to do a satiric take on religion and the church. I think that's really the ultimate problem with this movie, is they didn't go deep or far enough into the satire to actually make it funny or effective. I think that's really the ultimate problem in this. And that's a shame, dude. I mean, I kept watching the movie, and the weird thing about it was the movie's like an hour 40, something around there, hour 45. And for the longest time, I thought I was close to the end, right? I was watching it, I'm like, okay, man, this is kind of a bore. I don't care about any of the characters. It's not funny. I don't know what they're trying to do here. If they're trying to make it funny, it's not working. If they're trying to make it dramatic, they're not really going for it enough. Like, it's just not working on any level. I mean, the actors are fine, but they just don't know what the movie wants to be necessarily. And I'm thinking to myself, well, God, I've got to be close to the end. And I paused it, and I was only 45 minutes into the film. I'm not even fucking kidding you, man. I had like an hour left in this bitch. I was like, oh my God, man. 45 minutes literally felt like an hour and 45. I swear to God, man, I was shocked. You're in an absolute bore fest of a movie where you're just waiting for it to end, man. And I think that's the biggest sin here. I mean, yes, the comedy, but moreover to the fact that the movie just really doesn't really entertain you in any way. It's not really thrilling or dramatic enough to really get you in the feels and care about things and the situation, but it's not funny enough where you actually feel like you're being entertained by the humor either. So no matter where you turn, you're not getting any entertainment value out of this fucking movie. And that's the problem, dude. I mean, I like these type of movies. I like satires, but again, if we're talking about Mel Brooks knows how to do satire, but this ain't Mel Brooks, all right? You know, look, satire from back in the day really works, but satire nowadays, dude, I don't think it's as good as back in the day, man. I mean, I wish, but movies like this, you either have to pick one lane over another. You're either going to be comedic or you're going to go more into the dramatic. And when you try to do both, it's not that you can't pull it off, but you need to be clever about it. And there's nothing clever about this movie, man. It just kind of feels like a boring religious tale that, honestly, I'd get more entertainment going to church. And for this Jew, that's saying something. You bet your ass it is. Honk for Jesus, honk for something else, because Jesus ain't saving this film to save its fucking life. That's for damn sure, man. Shame, but very true, man. Sad story indeed, and no amount of money from the congregation is gonna help it. Oh, you bet your ass, man. But hey, some good, interesting physical media love. Not half bad, dare I say. But is there anything else? Yes, there is more physical media to check out. Christmas slipcovers from Target. Not bad for a Jew. Not bad at all, baby. Hey, I even surprise myself from time to time. Not bad, man. With Target exclusive Christmas slipcovers, yes. Yeah, it is that time of year, isn't it? Oh, yes, it is yet again, man. And Target's bringing out the big guns. Oh, indeed they are, man. Look at this. We've got Elf, the Blu-ray, and the DVD. Not bad. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I've told you guys before, I am not a fan of Will Ferrell. There's moments where I like him, but for the most part, not a big fan. But I'll give it up for Elf, dude. It is seriously a Christmas classic. It's going to last for a long, long time. Multiple generations are going to love this film. And it is a pretty funny flick, all things considered, man. Not one of my favorites as far as Christmas movies are concerned, but I can understand the love and I appreciate it. Put it that way, man. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Will Ferrell ain't my cup of tea sometimes, but this is pretty fun. I'll admit, dude, not bad. And I like the snow globe stuff. Snow globe is pretty cool, man. Like that. And of course, oh yes, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the live action one, the Blu-ray and the DVD. I'm gonna be honest here, man. This is a favorite of mine. I love this live action version. I saw this in the movie theater, and I think it's really fun. Jim Carrey is great as the Grinch, dude. I thought he was the perfect casting. I think he did a great job. Ron Howard directing this flick. It is a really solid film, man. It really is. Not my favorite. My favorite is the old school animated one. That's my favorite, dude. But this is my second favorite. Not bad. I really do like that. And the newer one from Illumination is good. I like it. It is fun, but not nearly as good as the live action or the old school animation. Just saying, man. I mean, we also have... oh, Christmas Vacation, man. Talk about one of the best Christmas movies of all time. I love this movie, man. Chevy Chase is great. Beverly D'Angelo, all of the cast here. Randy Quaid. Shitter's full. Oh, is it now? Oh, man. So great. I love this, man. It is a great comedy. It's a great Christmas film. It's just one that the family really loves. I love this flick so much. So good, dude. Oh, so great. I know there's the 4K out there. If you don't want the 4K, hey, it's not bad price. Just saying, man. Not bad indeed. You need to have this for your Christmas viewing collection. It's a must, folks. Seriously, it is. And they even have, that 5 holiday favorites, the original Christmas specials. Nice. Rudolph, Frosty, Who's Coming to Town, Little Drummer Boy. Honestly, Rudolph and Frosty are probably my favorites out of the 5 of these. The Santa Claus Coming to Town is probably the 3rd. I never watched the last one. Cricket? What the fuck? I'd never heard of that one, man. But the Little Drummer Boy I did watch. That was all right. But I think my favorite out of all of them is probably... Ooh, that's tough, man. Between Frosty and Rudolph, I'd probably say Rudolph. But Frosty, man, that guy's got charm. He does indeed, dude. Not bad. Whoa, we even got this, too. Look at this. Wow, 10 holiday favorites. Christmas classic favorites. Dr. Seuss, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. The Year Without a Santa Claus. Frosty, 'Twas the Night for Christmas, Rudolph. Oh, okay. Well, it's interesting. Huh. That's not a bad collection either. Nice. You got that. That's pretty cool. Who can't resist a little bit of Polar Express love? The Blu-ray and the DVD. Loving that, man. You know, I will admit, I think this is going to be a Christmas classic in years to come. It might already be, actually. I think it's a really fun film. Overall, I love the animation in here, the design. Tom Hanks is great in multiple roles. It is a little odd at times, sort of that uncanny valley of it looks realistic, but not with the motion capture stuff. They didn't quite perfect it yet, but it's still really good, though, man. I still really like this flick a lot, man. Fun for a family, kids, adults. Still really great, man. But Polar Express will never beat Christmas Story. Oh, how could they ever beat Ralphie? Nobody can beat Ralphie. The Blu-ray and the DVD. Oh, this is great. You'll poke your eye out, kid. Oh, we will indeed, man. God, this is my favorite Christmas movie of all time, man. I watched this as a kid ad nauseum. Remember back in the day, I think it was TNT or something, they would play like this 24-hour marathon of Christmas Story, like over and over and over again. And even though it was the same movie playing constantly, I watched it like a ton of times, every single time they had it, the marathon. I don't know why, man. I mean, it's so infectiously fun. I love the characters. I love Ralphie. I love the idea of Christmas and the concept of Christmas, and Ralphie wanting this Red Ryder BB gun. And there was something about it that was really imaginative and creative and humorous and adventurous, and I've always really loved this movie, man. I thought it was so good. It still is. It still holds up to this day, man. Whether you get the 4K or the Blu-ray or the DVD, still so good, man. God, it's still really great. Still my favorite, and I don't think that's ever gonna be beat. Seriously. Not at all, man. They also end up having the standard Blu-ray of Frosty the Snowman and the DVD as well, so if you didn't want the pack, wanted just a single Frosty love, you definitely got it here. They also have, a Charlie Brown Christmas. Oh, man. This is another one that I grew up with. I love the Charlie Brown stuff, the Peanuts gang. The October one, the Thanksgiving one, the Christmas one, instant classics. I love them so much, man. This is never going to go out of style. No matter what decade, what generation, Charlie Brown will always be in style. No doubt about that, man. That's great. They also have Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer had a very shiny nose. They have the single edition Blu-ray and DVD. They also have Love Actually, the Blu-ray and DVD. And I got to admit, man, I really dig Love Actually. Not only is it a really great romance flick, but it's a really great Christmas film as well. It's not for the kids out there. I don't think the kids are gonna like it. Ew, love. Oh my God, they're kissing you. They have cooties. It's not for the kids, it's for the adults. But I think it's a really great Christmas romance classic, man. I love the acting here. I love the stories. I think it's really a very fun, entertaining film that I really dig. The cast is amazing here. It is seriously really well done, man. One of the best modern day romance movies, romance classics, and a really great Christmas movie to boot. Not bad, man. Really, really love that. And then we have, then we got some Dolly love. Okay, look, I'm gonna be real, man. I like Dolly, I do, but when it comes to Christmas, I mean, let me ask you guys this question. Does Dolly Parton really scream Christmas? I mean, I just want to know because, I mean, I appreciate Dolly Parton still staying relevant and still trying to do stuff. And hey, I've always liked her. I mean, movies like 9 to 5, man, that's totally my jam. But I just don't really see her as Christmas. Yeah, I don't, man. Give her credit for trying, but I just don't see it, man. But hey, if you want the combo pack, uh, yeah, $25 for Dolly. I don't know, that doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't, man. It's just me, dude. But I really love these slipcovers, man, because I love the red and green style to it. Very Christmassy. It really looks great, man. And Target really does well with their slipcovers. They've always done well with them. I like the snow globe aspect to it. And I really like how it says, like, Whoville or Clark, which is really great. Buddy, I love that. Rejoice. Ralphie. I mean, some great stuff, man. I really love that. So it's really cool. It's festive. It's nice. And again, they never have any Hanukkah slipcovers. You know, once, can I get some frickin' holiday Hanukkah slipcovers? That's all this Jew is asking for, just once. Jesus, man. All I want is frickin' movies with frickin' Hanukkah slipcovers on them. Is that too much to ask? Apparently so, man. But hey, in the meantime, I guess this Jew is gonna have to take the Christmas slipcovers instead. I'll settle this year, but they better have it next year, damn it. Indeed. Well, let's hope. But in the meantime, hey, they got the goods, and damn glad for it. Not bad. Let's head out. Target came, Target saw, Target kicked physical media ass, baby. Of course they did. They've been doing it pretty damn well so far. They know the game, baby. Oh, indeed they do, man. You could bet your ass about that, man. Oh, we got the new physical media releases. We've got a little bit of Euphoria love and the great old Target Christmas slipcovers. Yes, it is that time of year. Sad but true, but hey. At least they have the exclusive Slippy Love, and I know you can dig that, and oh, trust me, I can as well, very much so, man. Not half bad for the physical media goodness that Target delivers each and every week, and this week is absolutely no exception. Damn right about that, man. Makes me a very happy physical media boy, that's for damn sure, and I know it does for you as well. Very solid here, not too shabby indeed, but hey, there is more physical media love to check out at other places, hopefully. So let's go and give it a go.
All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out if there's any interesting indie titles we're showing off. If there is, well, I'll bring it back to Film Fan 108 Central and show off to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I got to talk about a trailer with you guys. And eventually, he was going to come back for more horror goodness. And he has yet again. Come February, we're back with more M. Night Shyamalan hijinks in Knock at the Cabin. Be careful who knocks at your door. Oh, be careful indeed, baby. And now, look. Before I get into this, I gotta say that I do really like M. Night Shyamalan. I don't love him. And I kind of feel like he was billed very early on in his career after The Sixth Sense as the next Spielberg. That's a lot to live up to, man. That's a huge legacy to live up to. And in some ways, I don't think he necessarily achieved it or succeeded in it as much as maybe he was hoping for. And I think that a lot of people were disappointed in certain things that he did. Sometimes he achieved the goal, and sometimes he overachieved, and sometimes he frankly underachieved like a motherfucker. And I think he's been sort of hit and miss. When he's really good, he's really good, and when he's really bad, well, happening, anybody? He's really bad. So, yet, at the same time, he has been on a bit of an upswing. And yet another one that seems like one thing, but could be another. Basically, it's this family, you know, two fathers, this little Asian girl, they're vacationing at this cabin, and there's these people, these strangers that are coming to the cabin for very nefarious reasons. What exactly are they there to do? Well, they say it's basically to prevent the end of the world. Is that true? Are they out of their fucking minds? Who's the real bad guys? What the hell is going on? Your guess is as good as mine, man. I will say this. I love the trailer. And I love the idea of this creepiness that settles into these sort of home invaders that are coming in and doing ugly and brutal things to these people that seem very wholesome and likable. And it seems like a very typical home invasion flick, but with M. Night Shyamalan, you kind of know that it's not exactly what it seems. You know, with every movie that he does, there's some sort of twist, there's some sort of way that he's gonna change the narrative and twist it on itself. How is he gonna do it? What's exactly gonna happen? We don't know. I mean, I love Dave Bautista here, and I think the one thing I gotta say is that, man, Dave Bautista has really surprised me as an actor. He is a really great sort of action star guy, yes, but he's done a lot of really great, surprisingly dramatic roles. And he's actually much better than I've even given him credit for, and this movie looks like he's going to take a very interesting, more sinister, dramatic turn than I've seen him do yet. On top of that, seeing Rupert Grint here is fucking wild, man. I mean, Ron from Harry Potter, dude, he looks like he is going to be brutal, and he is going to be one devious motherfucker in this, and that is totally a change of pace from what you're used to seeing with him. But I like it. I like seeing these actors really doing things that outside of their comfort zone, and I think that's really cool. On top of that, look, it has the creepy cabin in the woods vibe to it. It has some interesting sort of mysterious characters and situations and storylines and things that will sort of evolve as the film goes on, sort of M. Night Shyamalan's speciality, so to speak. I think it looks creepy. I think it looks atmospheric. I think it looks mysterious. It has some really great, interesting, tense moments to the trailer, so I'm hoping that carries on to the film itself. Look, at the end of the day, I think, yes, it depends on the storyline. Yes, it depends on how good the actors are, but it also depends on the twists and turns. Because sometimes some of these filmmakers, they end up trying to be clever, and at the end of the day, the plot line turns really stupid, or the twist is really asinine and makes no fucking sense and kills the rest of the vibe of the movie. And that's happened to M. Night before. Sometimes it's absolutely brilliant. You don't see it coming. Like, I don't know whether you guys bought into it immediately, but I didn't know Bruce Willis was dead. All right? Fuck it, I was shocked, all right? I mean, sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. And I think this is a case where if the twist works, I think it's really going to be really effective. If it doesn't, it might kill the entire movie. You have Dave Bautista saying we're here to prevent the end of the world, and we have to do something that's really, really important. Probably the most important thing to do. But then again, you think to yourself, like, this is just a harmless family that is being tortured. What is possibly going on here that could really mean life or death for the entire planet? And I don't entirely know. Is Dave Bautista out of his mind, or these people just weird, crazy fucks that ended up escaping a mental facility and they're just whacked out? Or do they actually have a really great purpose to it? You know, look, there's sometimes where the twists and turns really work, like something like 10 Cloverfield Lane, and other times, well, they're a little lamer, you know, like The Village. We'll see where this goes with M. Night, but I'm interested to find out at least. What about you? Are you interested to see where the twists and turns go? Definitely let me know. But in the meantime, hey, physical media hasn't been half bad this week. But what about the second Walmart? Will it deliver with the indie goods? Well, how about we go in and check it out?
All right, everybody, in at the good old second Walmart, and look, I'm going to be honest, it's pretty good this week. I mean, hey, as long as we have the Tom Cruise putting on the shades Maverick love, hey, I'm a happy camper, baby. Oh, indeed I am. But look, we've got the good blockbuster love. We have that indeed. But what about the indie weirdness, the oddities, the bizarro? I mean, it always is a good balance between the blockbuster love and the indie oddities. So do we have it this week? Because you know I love my indie weirdness. Oh, I love that shit. So do we have it? You bet your ass we do. Oh, yes, we do indeed, baby. We've got the weirdness, the oddities, the craziness, the ridiculousness. We've got it. So you know what that means. We are heading back to Film Fan 108 HQ, where you, Seth, yes, you get to show off the goods. Oh, I hope it'll be glorious. What the hell are you doing?
What are you talking about now?
Getting ready to play some volleyball. Volleyball? Dude, I hate to break it to you, but you and volleyball go together like basically you and the gym, which doesn't happen ever. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but that is just not even a reality for you. And speaking of which, what the hell is on your face?
Oh, you noticed, huh? My manly mustache. You like it?
Mustache? That thing? Dude, that is fake as hell. Come on, take the goddamn thing off, will ya?
Fine, I'll take it off.
Oh. God, that hurt. Speaking of more ridiculous shit, what the hell is that all over your body?
Oh, this? Well, it's manly sweat. When you end up putting in a workout, you're the sweat a little.
Manly sweat? Come on, man.
Okay, fine. It's baby oil. All right, you happy?
Volleyballs, fake mustaches, and baby oil? Dude, what is up with you?
I was just trying to be more manly. Seriously, I saw a Top Gun. I really want to be like Tom Cruise. Is that such a big deal?
Dude, even on your best day, you will never be Tom Cruise, okay? I'm just spitting out facts, all right? I mean, hell, you're not even gonna reach Miles Teller. I mean, did you see him in that movie? Dude was cut. Man, he was banging, bro.
Excuse me? I'm sorry, what is up with this Miles Teller love affair? I mean, seriously, man. Oh my god, Miles Teller is so cut and he's amazing and he's ripped and I love his body. Fuck that, man. You know what, look, maybe I don't need to be ripped like Tom Cruise or Miles friggin' Teller, okay? Hey, maybe the dad bod look is coming back. You ever thought about that? Hell, I'm well on my way anyways. I mean, jeez, dude. And don't think for a single second that after that beach scene, Miles Teller isn't going to McDonald's and chowing down on 10 frickin' Big Macs, okay? Oh my god, I'm so in love with Miles Teller and his mustache and his rockin' body. He's banging. Seriously?
Dude, you seriously gotta see somebody. And that's coming from the heart, man. Oh god. You know what? Maybe if you pick up a 5-pound weight every once in a while, put down the coffee ice cream, maybe watch less movies. Well, okay. Actually, watch more movies, because hey, movies are good for you. However, that being said, you got a long ways to go before you ever hit Tom Cruise level, Miles Teller level, or, well, frankly, I hate to say it, any level, okay? Ay, ay, ay. But you know what you can do? You may not succeed in the muscle department, you may not succeed in the mustache department, or even the manly baby oil department. But you know what you do well, though? You show off the physical media love. It might be the only thing you're actually good at. So, hey, what you're good at, you might as well keep on doing. So, put down the volleyball, make sure to wipe the baby oil off, and show off the physical media, will ya? Because honestly, if that's the only thing that really makes you a man, hey, have at it. Take what you can get. You know what? I think you got a point there. I mean, seriously. Can Tom Cruise show off the physical media like I can? Can Miles Teller show off the physical media like me? Hell no. That's what makes a man. Oh, I'm as manly as they come, baby. Oh, god damn I am, man. I mean, yes, they might have the better bodies. Maybe. They obviously can grow the facial hair, clearly. I mean, I may not get Jennifer Connelly in bed, but damn, is the physical medium my baby. I make physical medium my bitch. Can Miles Teller ever say that? Fuck, he can, dude. Screw Miles Teller. Screw Tom Cruise. Because when it comes to the physical media weirdness and the love, if you want the manliness of movie love and goodness, oh, you found it, baby. Oh, you can indeed. I don't need the body. I don't need the facial hair. I don't need the women in bed. I just need the physical media goodness, because that is all this manly boy ever truly needs. Ah, yes. It's time to get back to that loving feeling of the Walmart weirdness. Oh, yeah. Come on. You can't resist it. Quite frankly, neither can I. As hard as I may. Oh, I say it's all good for the diet and the soul. Well, that's what they say, at least. I don't know if I always believe them, but I'll take their word for it for now. Oh, maybe. Let's dive in, shall we, with none other than The Possessed. Inspired by actual events. Oh, you're just saying that. I'm saying that indeed. Ooh, it's starring John Jarrett from Wolf Creek. That means it might be kinda good. Yeah? I don't know about that one, baby. Just because somebody's from Wolf Creek and it don't mean it's actually that good. It just means there's somebody that I know in it. And, well, that just makes it more disappointing, I guess. Maybe. Oh, boy. Death is here, and it'll do anything to be free. Well, that's what most morticians say. Oh, let's dive in. Jacob Chandler. Oh, John Jarrett himself. He's an ordinary man with an extraordinary gift. A true accidental exorcist. Wait a minute. Can an exorcist actually be accidental? Fuck. I'm gonna fry my brain thinking about that one. Jacob and his nephew Liam have forged a career clearing demons from the bodies of their clients. Lately, something has changed. As possessions are increasing, Jacob fights to keep those he loves safe, the burden weighing heavily on his shoulders. When he crosses paths with Liam's new girlfriend, Tali Carlisle, he recognizes something in her dark, broken gaze. She, too, can see what lies beyond the world of living. Jacob never expected to meet anyone else like himself, nor did he anticipate needing her help. Ooh, let's hope it just stays at the accidental exorcism phase, huh? Let's hope indeed. When summoned to a hauntingly beautiful homestead with a tragic past, Jacob must call upon all of his experience and Natalia's untrained powers to uncover the layers of demonic deception at play. Yes. Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, look at that. Oh my god, what kind of fucking hellbeast is that shit? Whoa. Holy hell, man. Yo, look at this. Jeez. Kids, that's what happens when you have herpes for too long. Don't say I didn't warn you. Holy hell, man. Yes. Exorcism at its finest. I don't know about that one, man, but sure, why the fuck not, dude? I do love Wolf Creek, though, man. Wolf Creek is fucking awesome, so I do like that actor. He's fucking menacing as shit in those Wolf Creek movies, man. Not sure about him playing a good guy necessarily, because I'll always think of him in that sadistic Australian fucker. But that being said, man, it's nice to see him in other things. Exorcisms, though. Exorcism movies, man. God, that's a whole genre in itself, isn't it? Oh, yeah. I mean, boy, oh, boy. There is a lot of them out there, isn't there? There truly is a lot of bad, but hey, there are some really good ones, man. Some really fantastic ones out there. Amazing, that need to be recognized, needed to be spotlighted. And of course, the one, the only, the granddaddy of them all, dare I say, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? And that is none other than The Exorcist, yes. Oh, your mother sucks cocks in hell. Oh, does she now? Oh, man, William freaking... Oh, William Peter Blatty, man. Let me tell you something, man. This movie terrifies the shit out of people still to this day. It's so goddamn effective, so goddamn good. The acting is amazing. The special effects are great. Hell, even the spider walk stuff, the twisting of the head, the slippy soup. So good, man. Oh, dude. I mean, even my mother and father went to the drive-in for one of their dates watching The Exorcist. So, you know, hey, two movie lovers watching The Exorcist on a date. Well, I know where I get my love from. Oh, indeed I do, man. God, this is so great. Love The Exorcist. Always in style, man. It's just that damn good, dude. Oh, it truly, honestly is, man. So absolutely epically amazing. Love that one. And of course, I gotta give love to The Last Exorcism, man. This movie is really solid. One of the better, newer exorcism films. So fantastic. I love this film. I love the chick in it, man. A lot of the stuff that she did, the contortion stuff, was real, man. It was fucking shocking as shit. I love the story of this guy who is this fake preacher, somebody who's really just taking people for their money and their dime and giving them false hope, but then realizes that he's actually encountering a real exorcism, something actually that he's totally not experienced for, and it goes horribly wrong, man. So fucking creepy and atmospheric and sinister, devious, and quite horrific, man. Quite well done, actually. Not bad on that one. And of course, there's other ones that are really good out there that, of course, are worth mentioning. Really fantastic ones, of course, like The Conjuring. Ah, the Warrens, baby. Come on, you can't get enough of the Warrens, can ya? Well, at least the first movie. You know, the second movie has some good things to it, but it's not as great as the first film, and Lord knows The Conjuring 3... Oh, man, that's a whole different bag, baby. Oh, man, the Conjuring universe in general is a mixed bag. But the first Conjuring movie is absolutely fucking solid. So well done. And creepy as fuck, man. Fan-fucking-tastic, dare I say. So good. There is a lot of really great ones out there. I mean, even comedic ones like Repossessed, which is fantastic as well. There's a lot of Italian stuff that's really good. Yeah, not so much great ones out there necessarily, but the good ones are really, really great when you can find them. That's for damn sure. But is The Possessed actually one of the better ones? Well, I'm not sure I want to find out. I'm just saying, man. I don't know about it, dude. I mean, it's got some cool imagery, some cool freak out looking creatures and monsters and people looking all fucked up with like black goo in their mouth. You gotta love that shit, man. I don't know, but it takes more than that to make a really good exorcism movie. You know what I mean? You need engaging characters, you need an engaging story. You just can't have crazy shit happen for the sake of having crazy shit happen. You know what I mean? I mean, yes, it's kind of cool, but the novelty kind of wears off after a while, man. You need something that's really going to hit your audience and that they need to care about the situations that are going on. And a lot of times, it's just hard to do that nowadays, man. I mean, the reality of the situation is the storytelling nowadays, doing exorcism films, it's just aping off of better ones. And to make a really, truly great one, you need to end up putting a lot of effort into it. Something that I don't think this film is willing to do. necessarily. I don't know, it just looks that way. Oh, and by the way, when it says inspired by actual events, just know that it's not really actual events. It's more like hearsay. Well, I heard Mary had an exorcism. I heard she went to the church. This other chick ended up getting exorcised by this other priest. And oh yeah, this other guy that looked like he had herpes on his face ended up going to the same church. And it's like, ooh, wow, 3 or 4 different stories that we can mash right into one. Ah, yeah, great, wonderful. Ah, jeez, I don't know whether to laugh or cry at this bitch. Oh man, let's hope it's somewhat scary. Let's hope it's somewhat decent. But something tells me that if they had the budget for the weird Australian fucker from Wolf Creek, that's all they could really afford. I mean, splash a little bit of weird effects from Evil Dead, put the weird X-Files goo in somebody's mouth, and make sure that somebody has an STD on their face, and we're good to go. Oh, fantastic. If this is what exorcism films are nowadays, yeah, just leave me out of it. If you're trying to hide money, probably start by not investing in Bitcoin. Just saying. Oh, yeah, then Bitcoin, hard drive, easy money. And, man, foolish endeavors. Oh, Lord, man. Frank Whaley, Noah Anderson, Tom Cavanaugh, Jeremy Davies. Oh, baby, man. Small time crooks, big time highs. Dumbass human beings. Oh, yeah, man. Look, I watched this on Amazon Prime, alright? And I wanted to because it's a nice cast. So I'm figuring, okay, it can't be all that standard and just average, right? It's gotta have some uniqueness to it. Jeez, I gotta stop doing that with that hope shit. I really do, man. Basically, it's about this ex-convict, and he ends up getting out of prison, and he's trying to reform his life, be a better person, obviously, to his little brother and, his alcoholic father. And people are just trying to sort of get him back into the game again. Trying to help them with money laundering and all this seedy shit. He just doesn't want to do it, man. He wants to be on the up and up. But even though you're out of the game, doesn't mean the game is out of you. Oh, yes, indeed, man. So he slowly but surely gets sucked back into the world of crime and deviousness. Oh, yeah. And all the complications that follow, man. He owes all these crooks and criminals money. They're all after him. His business partner needs help, and then he's double crossing him, and somebody else is double crossing him, and then there's a triple cross with the girl that he likes that likes this other dude, and then these other criminals are crime bosses for the guy that stole the money. And oh my god, dude, let me tell you something, man. There's so much double crosses and triple crosses and quadruple crosses. Man, my eyes are going cross-eyed just thinking about this shit. It really is, dude. Holy hell, man. But at the end of the day, it was just kind of standard. It was just kind of okay. There was nothing really special about it. I sat there at the end of the movie thinking to myself, it was a time waster at best, but not much really interesting. I mean, it was okay for what it was, but didn't light my world on fire. I mean, there's some really great movies out there about criminals and, going against the law and, the good guys turning bad guys and bad guys turning good guys and the double crossing. There's some really great stuff out there that I really love, man. I mean, stuff like Alpha Dog, which is really fucking phenomenal, man. I love this fucking movie, dude. Really great, solid cast. Intense, thrilling, so well done. Alphabet City, if you've never seen this movie, it's so good, man. I think from like the late 80s or 90s. So fantastic. I love this about this guy in the drug trade that just wants to get out from under his mob bosses, and they're slowly trying to reel him back in or kill him because he's double crossed him. So great. Of course, American Animals is amazing as well. Love that movie. That's fantastic. Even something like Rounders, which is amazing. I really dig that flick a lot. Of course, getting back into the seedy world of poker and all of the very interesting and weird individuals you cross along the way. Oh, yes. No doubt about that, man. Of course, that's interesting. I mean, hell, even something like Jackie Brown, man, diving into the world of criminality and all the seediness of it, man. I mean, Tarantino does it so well, and Jackie Brown is one of the best of them. It truly is, man. In fact, speaking of that, I think that's the biggest thing that this movie has going against it, is that it's not Tarantino-like. I think that's the problem, because the characters aren't quirky or interesting enough. The dialogue is just flat. You can't really care about anybody. You're not really as invested as you want to, like you would be in like a Jackie Brown or a Pulp Fiction or something like that, right? I mean, that's what makes those movies unique, is Quentin Tarantino's ability to make unique characters, even if they're barely there for like a cameo. They're still fantastic. The dialogue is amazing. This movie doesn't have that. And at the end of the day, I just wish it was more quirky and Tarantino like. Yes, I would have been a little bit upset that they're kind of just aping off of Tarantino, but at least it would have been somewhat unique and entertaining, and I would have at least somewhat been entertained. I was just kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, this happens. Oh, that happens too. Oh yeah, that's predictable. Okay. Got anything else? I mean, that's all I was really thinking about this fucker. The only person that is interesting in this movie is Jeremy Davies, man. Jeremy Davies is one quirky dude, man. I mean, that's just him. That's not even the fucking character, man. His little odd quirks and his ridiculousness and his tics, dude, that's all him, man. I love Jeremy Davies. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Lost, so him on that show, he was absolutely fantastic. And so every time he was on screen, I'm like, dude, I'm loving this movie, because he is so fucking weird and odd that you can't take your eyes off him. But everybody else in the movie is so, like, unbelievably dull and just normal. Even when they're trying to be like badass criminals, it just kind of comes off as kind of weak sauce and limp dick, like, like, dude, man, like, if you were in a better movie, I might have found you more interesting, but shit, man, you boring me to tears, bitch. Yikes, man. It's just all kind of matter of fact. Yeah, the good guy wins in the end. Of course, he gets the money, and of course, the bad guys go down. Typical shit, predictable as hell, man. You see it coming a mile away, man. There's nothing really interesting or unique about it. It's just kind of exists. It's just there. Outside of Jeremy Davies' performance, which is really weird as shit and worth watching, that's about all I can recommend out of this shit, man. And by the way, now with all the scheming and shit going on with Bitcoin and crypto, oh Lord, all the shit that's happening with all this online money crap, man, this movie is not aging well. And this just came out, man. So, dude, it's gonna age like really bad cheddar, dude. It seriously will, man, and not in a good way, bro. Oh, God. It's just impressively dull and impressively average and impressively mundane and predictable as all hell. And at the end of the day, I want a little spice to these movies. I want something that's going to keep me interested. Give me a Tarantino-like movie. Give me, like, an Alpha Dog, something thrilling, some characters that are unique and interesting, some type of danger to the movie where I actually feel that these characters, are at risk of being taken down in any minute. You just don't get that with this movie, man. It's just impressively okay. And that ain't saying much, man. Bitcon, well, it is definitely a con job. More a con out of your time than the actual movie itself. A shame. Could have been so much more, but if this is what's passing as, heist jobs nowadays, I think I'll pass. Jeez, if all it takes is just lie and deceive to get laid, man, I'm late to the boat. Holy hell, am I into the deep. From the team behind 47 meters down. Yeah, that doesn't really inspire confidence. Not really, man. At sea, there are no boundaries. Apparently, not with this crew. Oh, holy hell, baby. Hot damn, man. I saw this on Amazon Prime, and I don't know why. I was like, oh, like it's a thriller on a boat. Lies, deception, sex, greed. I'm like, hey, all the things I love. So why the hell not, man? Shit. Basically, this movie is about Jess. Yes, that chick front and center, man. And She is just living her life, trying to party, have fun, you know what 20-somethings do. And she meets this young, handsome guy named Ben, played by Matthew Daddario, and she is taken by him. Oh, his sexiness and his masculinity, and oh, how kind he is, and oh, he's so hot. And she is like really smitten with him big time. She only knows the guy less than a few hours. They're at a party together. Suddenly he's like, hey, I've got this boat. Come on my boat. She spends the night with him. Oh my God. She's loving it. You know, he's so nice and sweet. Doesn't know him even a day. Suddenly, there goes the top. Oh man, those drawers are going down in a big bad way, man. She is opening up to him like you wouldn't believe, baby. And it's like the most incredible night and day of her life. Oh my God, he's the dream. And she's gonna go away with him. We're gonna go sailing together. We're gonna live a life happily ever after. I'm like, honey, are you kidding me? You haven't even known him at full 24 fucking hours. You've already dropped the panties, okay? You've already devoted your time and effort and going to sail off with the motherfucker. My God, man, is that all it takes these days? Shit, is this what these 20-somethings do now? Damn, man. Why wasn't this happening back in, like, the late 90s, early 2000s when I could have needed it? Jeez. Holy hell, man. God damn, dude. And then, while everything is going great, wonderful, well, this chick ends up washing up onto their boat. And they're like, what is going on? Who is she? She seems hurt. She's telling them about this story that she got lost, etc., etc. They patch her up. They start to party. They're having good games together. Something's weird about the chick, but can't quite put your finger on it until later on the next day. Well, oh, by the way, she's beating the shit out of the guy, ties him up, and basically tells Jess that, oh, this guy manipulated me, raped me, stole money from me, my life. He is a terrible human being, and I am taking revenge on him. And so now she doesn't know what to think. The guy is like, this chick's fucking nuts. The other chick's like, no, this guy is fucking crazy. And Jess is kind of caught in between both of them. Sorry, honey, but you're going to have to pick. And, well, it's a lose-lose situation for you. So, oh, man. And thus, into the deep gets even deeper. Oh, it does, man. And goddamn, dude. This chick is one dumbass bitch. Alright, and I'm not trying to be mean or condescending. I'm not trying to be that, man. But this chick really is one dumbass, alright? Because, I'm sorry. My mother taught me something called stranger danger. I don't know. I mean, that was a thing back in the day. Because, geez, I guess it's not a thing anymore because she just instantly trusts this guy. I mean, he's suave and he's smooth talking and he says all the right things and he looks at her in all the right ways and he takes off his shirt and he's got a six-pack. I think that's what does it. It's the six-pack. See, if I had a six-pack back in the day, hell, it would have worked wonders. Damn, man. Had I only went to the fucking gym. Shit. Lessons learned way too late. Man, dude. He's like a good guy. But then when this other chick comes into the picture, suddenly it just turns absolutely sideways, and this other chick just doesn't know what to do and how to react. And here's the thing about it. There's not one time where she's ever asking for proof. There's not one time where she's really trying to figure out what's going on. She's just so confused with everything. She's like, oh, I don't know. I kind of believe you, and I kind of don't believe you. But you make some good points, but he was really nice. And oh my God, the six-pack is so sweet and he's so sexy. And I'm like, oh my God, man, just pick a fucking lane and stay with it, will ya? Ay, ay, ay. Oh my God, the flip-flopping in this thing got me nauseated as fuck. Ah, man, dude. And you know that it's gonna turn out that the guy is some weird scumbag, right? You know it's gonna be that way because that's how these things turn out. It's not that the chick is gonna be the evil one. You know the guy is gonna turn out to be that because it's just what these things are nowadays, okay? It's predictable as shit. These characters are shallow as fuck. I like the idea behind this woman getting revenge on this guy, and you don't know who exactly to trust, but I don't think they actually ever really made it interesting or unique or even something that I was invested in, like at all. I mean, it was really just kind of a rough watch, man. Just the stupidity and the way that these people are trying to manipulate one another, but yet it's so stupid how they go about it. It just wasn't intriguing, man. And God, I just couldn't invest myself in anybody. I just kept asking myself, why are these characters so fucking stupid? Shouldn't they have figured this shit out by now? Oh, man. Hell, I figured it out fucking 15 minutes into the goddamn movie, dude. Jeez, but then again, I'm not a dumb 20-something either, so there is that. Oh, man. It ain't that great. Just can't get invested in anything with this movie. Unlike other movies where, ooh, the intrigue is definitely thick. Oh, you can bet your ass on that one. Movies like none other than Memento. Oh, damn, do I love this movie, man. I just love the story behind this. The idea of this guy having short-term memory loss, that his wife is murdered, he doesn't know what happened or who did it, and everybody that he meets, he doesn't remember, so he has to take all these notes. Can he trust the notes? Can he trust the people? It's just an interesting premise, and they just go full tilt with it, and I love it, man. The performances alone are fantastic. Dude, great thrilling flick, man. That is absolutely awesome. Along with a couple others that definitely have the intrigue factor in a big, bad way. Movies like Identity, man. Who can you trust? Whose identity is real? And are they on the up and up? Well, is anybody? And all of the terror and horror in between. Oh, so fantastic of a movie. The performances, the mysteries. Man, I love this movie, man. Keeps you guessing till the very end. So fantastic. I love that flick to pieces. That is so epically amazing and awesome. Of course, there is another one where sometimes you're sleeping with somebody and you don't even know who they really are. Oh, in What Lies Beneath. Oh, so good, man. I love this movie. I love the intrigue and the deception and the lies and how they just build up over time and how you can know somebody for a long time in your life, be married to them, and yet never truly know who they actually are. Oh, it's so good, man. But the interesting thing is about those movies is the fact that there's a good hook to it, and they actually keep you guessing, and there's a good mystery, and the acting is well done, and you feel invested by the characters and the situations. It makes the movie worthwhile. It makes the movie entertaining to watch, unlike Into the Deep. I just wish this movie went into the deep, because it'd be far better off in the depths of the ocean than in my fucking living room. You bet your ass, man. Ay, dude. You know, look, the problem ultimately is that you know where this movie is heading. There is no sense of urgency. There is no sense of danger. This chick is so milquetoast, you don't know whether she's coming or going. And the guy is too nice. I mean, you know that he's a scumbag. It's just too perfect. You know something's wrong and you know something is fucked up. And you know the chick just comes into the situation and she's just turning it full tilt on its head. And you know there's something wrong and something missing, but the characters are so stupid and so inept and so dumb, even when everything is happening in the movie, right? Even when all the chaos is going on and the guy breaks free and suddenly the two chicks are fending for their lives against this guy, this chick is still fucking a wet noodle, man. And I'm not even lying, because there's moments where she has the weapon, she could take down the guy, and she's like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. I'm like, oh, fucking hell, lady, just make a fucking decision, or I'll do it for you, you goddamn bitch. Jesus, man. I was just losing it in the movie. I was like, fucking hell, man. If they don't make a decision in the next, like, 10 minutes, I'm out, man. Hell. God, this movie frustrated and angered me, man. I was like, somebody actually make a fucking choice. Can we actually have characters that can be decisive instead of like whiny little crybaby bitches? Is it possible? I mean, not with this movie, it's not, and that's just part of the epic problem with this. Dumb and idiotic and too trusting and inept and many other words that you could name for this goddamn thing, man. It is really just a dumb ass, weak ass piece of dog shit that is not intriguing, is not interesting, is not fascinating, and doesn't even really give you a mystery or a unique quality to it that makes it continuously entertaining. You're just sitting there like, I know where this is going. These characters are annoying as shit. I can't invest in anybody. So why the fuck am I watching this? And that's the fucking problem, man. I wish this movie was better. I wish it was intriguing. It's just basically pretty people on a boat trying to kill one another. Now that may sound kind of interesting in a young adult, tweeny, teeny bopper type of way, but for this 40-year-old guy, movies like this turn into limp dicks pretty goddamn fast, man. Give me something intriguing. Give me something mysterious. Give me something dark and devious. And this movie is anything but, dude. And let's be real. This movie is a prime example of trying to ape off of better thrillers and doing it not nearly as impressive. Give me Fatal Attraction. Give me Basic Instinct, man. Sharon Stone crossing her legs with no panties on is a hell of a lot more entertaining than this movie will ever be. And damn shame for it. Pretty people, but not nearly interesting. God, I guess you could say that for most young adult thriller movies nowadays. Swim fan? I miss those good old days too. Indeed I do. Into the Deep is more like Into the Crapper. And it's better left there too. Oh, God, man. Oh, but hey, it's the Walmart weirdness. And at least, well, none of them were winners. But that's what you get when you're dealing with the Walmart oddities. Ridiculous, weird, out there, and downright disappointing. But hey, I wouldn't want it any other way. Never, and I mean ever, be ashamed to be an accidental exorcist. I mean, after all, how many other people can say that? Seriously, there's not an accidental accountant or an accidental mechanic. I'm just saying, it's a pretty good trade. You know, in order to steal from Bitcoin and crypto, you have to make money off of that first. Yeah, easier said than done. Oh, and never trust the good-looking guy. Not only are they always out to screw you, but they can kill you too. Oh, indeed they can. Just trust the movie-loving YouTubers. We got it going on, baby. Oh, indeed we do. Oh, the physical media weirdness, the bizarro, the oddities, and the disappointments. Oh, they're all on display. You can bet your ass they are. And for this manly, muscly experiment of a human being, I can definitely dig a little bit of movie love from time to time. Oh, I can. Can Mouse Teller say that? Oh, you bet your ass he can't. But I can. Oh, indeed I can, man. Well, time to practice on my volleyball. Keep the mustache growing, or at least trying to. And keep it in shape because, Mouse Teller, you might be one step ahead of me. But I'm quickly catching up. Oh, yes, indeed. But in the meantime, while I hone on my manly Top Gun skills, listen to a little Kenny Loggins, and learn how to ride a motorcycle. Yeah. Not sure that'll be easy, but I'll at least try. Look, guys, I got a long ways to go to be anything close to Tom Cruise, but I think I'm catching up to Mouse Teller. I think you'll agree. I think you'll agree indeed. But hey, there's more movie love ahead, more manly physical media goodness, so have at it, and I'll continue practicing my skills. But we know I'm pretty good as it is, right? And there's no denying it. Come on, man.
If I had the jacket, if I had the muscles, shit, I'd be running this bitch. Yeah, speaking of that, before I embarrass myself anymore, just go off and watch the rest of the physical media goodness. I got a while before I catch up. Clearly. All right, everybody. We are at our fourth location, and look, physical media has its ups and downs. Moments where we find a lot of good stuff, and moments where, well, we're shit out of luck. But sometimes all you need is a great bounce back with a really great bookstore that makes physical media all the more worth it. And those are words that are rarely said. They indeed are, man. But you know where we're at. A bookstore that definitely needs no introduction, and that is none other than good old Barnes and Nobles, baby. B&N back yet again for all of the physical media bookstore hijinks. Sure, why the hell not, man? Hey, if it's good, I'll definitely take it. And this week we have a few gems we're checking out. But what will good old Barnes & Nobles have? How about we go in, check it out.
All right, everybody, we are in a good old B&N, and the New Leaf Love is definitely here on display. Oh, you bet your ass it is. Let's dive in with a little bit of Nope. Ooh, the Blu-ray, DVD, digital. See, they got the 4K love. They got the DVD love. I mean, how much is the Blu-ray selling for? $35. Holy shit, man. What's the 4K selling? 40. What? $45. Shit. That's a big nope from me. Holy shit, you can bet your ass it is. Oh my god, man. I mean, I like Jordan Peele, but damn, that's a hard pass. That really is, man. That's a no-brainer, bro. Yo, you know, man, look, I'm gonna be honest. I really wanted to like this movie. I really did. And for me, I'm really big into alien invasion, abduction, alien curiosity flicks. And I thought, God, another one that could be really cool from a really great filmmaker, and it just didn't really satisfy my needs in that type of genre. And look, to be fair, the genre has really massively changed over the years, man. I mean, it truly has. Whether we're talking about Plan 9 from outer space all those years ago, War of the Worlds, The Day the Earth Stood Still, which is a really phenomenal movie. Well, the old school classic original one, not the Keanu Reeves remake one that really is kind of shit. Yeah, that ain't good, folks. I'm just being real with you. That's real shit, man. But it's changed a lot, and some are frankly better than others. I mean, look, you can have the big bombastic blockbuster style stuff like Independence Day. You can have the more TV movie style stuff like Fire in the Sky, which is so fucking amazing and so awesome. I love that shit, dude. You can also have a little bit of humans trying to figure out the mysteries of the universe in Encounters of the Third Kind. No, you definitely can. You can get friendly aliens visiting us, like, good old E.T. Of course, you can also get aliens taking over our bodies, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Yes, you absolutely can, man. So there is so much that is within that genre, that sci-fi genre, the goodness that you have. And yeah, there is some that are not so hot out there. Trust me, there is, man. I've seen enough of that shit, alright? I really have, dude. But nowadays, it's all about the spectacle. The CGI, the action sequences, so much special effects and computer graphics all in your eyeballs and your rectal your rectal sockets. I mean, seriously, man, it's just all over the place. And in some ways, we've kind of forgotten about the character drama of it. And I think if I had to appreciate something in this movie, it is that with this, the fact that Jordan Peele does really care about the characters and having you get to know them and understand them. The unfortunate thing about this movie is that the characters are either completely underwhelming, almost to the point of being a bore, or really annoying and overwhelming, and you just want them to just shut the fuck up. I mean, seriously. And so it's not a good balance. And there was a movie that came out not too long ago, 2019, I believe it was, called Captive State, which is absolutely phenomenal. It's basically aliens taking over our world and us trying to fight back. And I thought it was really great action sci-fi spectacle mixed with some really great character drama. John Goodman's in it. Such an awesome film, man. And it kind of went under the radar, unnoticed. And it's kind of a shame because it's really great. It's more character piece drama than anything else, but because it wasn't big action spectacle in your face CGI craziness, people didn't really care, and it was kind of unfortunate, man. That's a really good balance where no really fails to balance it in a really great way, and it's just a shame, man. Look, I like Jordan Peele. I'll always like Jordan Peele. Will I years later look back at this film and be like, well, it's an underrated gem, I didn't give it a lot of chance? I don't think I will at the end of the day. I mean, there's such great films within the sci-fi genre, alien invasion and curiosity and abduction, and there's such great stuff within it that, you know, it's hard to really make something really fantastic nowadays when everything has been done and you're always doing some sort of retreads, but you can do it in an interesting and unique way. And I just don't think he did, man. Maybe if the design of the alien itself was better, maybe if the characters weren't either really boring or really annoying. I mean, there's so many things of woulda, shoulda, coulda, but at the end of the day, it just doesn't work, man. And there's such better sci-fi out there to really enjoy and dig into. And, you know, hopefully Jordan Peele learns from these lessons. I think he will. He says he wants to do more tales within the Nope universe, and honestly, I would say no, don't do it, dude. I mean, I know there's this mysterious character that was in the trailers that wasn't in the movie, and everyone's like, who is it? And Jordan Peele's like, oh, that's another story to tell, and I'm like, no, dude. Look, I love his horror flicks. I think he's a funny as hell guy, but sometimes you miss the mark, and Nope definitely is one of those, dude. Better luck next time. I know Jordan Peele will definitely hit it out of the park, but this time, flat out dud. And I hate to say it, but it's honestly the truth, at least in my opinion, man. I mean, you do get some really great featurettes, deleted scenes, gag reel. I mean, you get a lot of great stuff about the making of it, and you could tell that Jordan Peele is very passionate about this stuff, and he really is putting his all into it, and the actors are really trying, and, you know, it's a well-made movie overall. It's well shot, cinematography is great, but at the end of the day, you need a gripping story with gripping characters to keep you intrigued, and where those other great sci-fi movies that I talked about really succeeded, this fails. Sad story. It happens more times than we think, and Nope is yet another in a long line of them.
We're in the danger zone, baby. With Top Gun Maverick, yes.
The 4K for how much? Come on, baby. How much we got? $42. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Alien Invasion is $45, and Tom Cruise goodness is less money? I consider that a bargain, baby. Oh, indeed I do, man. That's 42, that's 35. Hey, for a little bit of Maverick sequel goodness, man, I'm willing to pay anything for more Tom Cruise fighter jet pilot love. Oh, I definitely am, man. One of the greatest movies ever made. Well, only time will tell on that. 10, 20, 30 years later, time ultimately is the judge on how movies are remembered and fared in history, but I think this one is gonna do pretty well. I truly do, man. You could bet your ass on that one. There ain't no doubt about that, dude. Look, I've heard rumors. Miles Teller was coming out and he was saying some stuff about him and Tom Cruise were kind of talking about maybe, possibly, kinda, sorta, could have a sequel. Top Gun 3, anybody? And I'm just thinking to myself, no. I know, and I know what some of you guys are thinking. You're thinking, wait a minute, Seth. You wouldn't want a Top Gun 3. Seriously, you wouldn't want Tom Cruise to come back as Maverick yet again? Come on. The baby oil? I'm like, okay, look. I don't want him to do it. And the reason why I say this is because, man, you literally tempted fate doing Top Gun Maverick, man. All signs point to the fact that this was not a sure thing. This was not money in the bag, okay? In fact, if anything, it was a long shot, and a big one at that. And, sometimes you tempt the movie gods, you tempt the fates, and sometimes it works in your favor, and Tom Cruise is damn lucky for it. To go back to a well the third time around, that's tricky, man. Especially the fact that this one is really as beloved now as it is, and people love it as much as they do. To try to pull something off so soon after doing this, I think, man, you would really be tempting it even bigger. And I just don't think they can do that, man. Rest easy knowing that you made a goddamn classic. That you made a movie that will literally stand toe-to-toe with the original Top Gun film. That is not easy to do. And nobody thought it was going to happen. And yet here we are. So I don't think they should go for a third one. That's just me, man. I mean, if they do, look, I'll be in the movie theater watching it. There is no doubt about it that I will. But, man, this is so good. Let's just leave it at that, will we? Seriously, can we just let it rest? Well, if we did, then again, we wouldn't have this film. So, I don't know. Have at it however you want to, man. But, look, the idea that sequels so many years later, sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. You look at something like Godfather Part 3, and look, I like Godfather Part 3. I seriously do, man. I think it's a really great film. I know I'm in the minority, but I can also say that it's not as good as Godfather and Godfather 2. There's no doubt about that. It's still good, but not on the same level. Then again, you look at something like Clerks 2. And Clerks 2, man, I really love Clerks 2. And to think that so many years later, way over a decade later, the fact that they did a sequel that nobody was asking for, and it's just as funny, just as poignant, dramatic, well told, I was shocked. And so you never really know at the end of the day, man. But then again, you see a movie like Sin City: A Dame to Kill For, and it's not a bad movie, but living up to the first Sin City film, it was never really going to do it. And the hype had sort of died down on Sin City, and doing it like close to 10 years later, you had sort of missed the window of opportunity. But then again, you look at something like this and it's like over 30 years later. So certain movies and certain opportunities have a shelf life and others don't. And it's just weird. There's no really predicting it, man. And some of these ones work better than others. Like Blade Runner 2049. Look, that movie is, in my opinion, a wonderful, magnificent sci-fi extravaganza. but it didn't do jack shit in the box office. It failed big time. But now, looking at it many years later, people really love it and revere it. And the fact that Amazon Prime is gonna do like a sequel series or some shit, like, yo, I never thought that would happen in a million years, man. Then again, you know, you look at something like Tron Legacy, and it was a cool idea to do Tron Legacy, but I just don't think they pulled it off the right way. It had its moments of greatness, but they were trying to go for the nostalgia a bit and sort of bring in a new generation and start up a new franchise, and I just think they tried too hard. It didn't quite work the way they wanted it to. But then again, you look at something like Creed. Creed reinvented the Rocky franchise and reinvented it for a newer generation, but yet still stayed respectful to the old school series. You look at something like Mad Max Fury Road, which still honored the Mad Max legacy, but yet did something really inventive and new and original and pushed the boundaries. So it depends on how you do it, whether or not people are really going to respond to it. And I think Top Gun is a really great, perfect example of paying respect to the old school movie, paying respect to the nostalgia, but yet at the same time creating something new that I think people can really dig into and respect at the same time. It's not easy to pull off, man, and I really give this movie a lot of credit for doing what it did, because, man, it's like once in a million opportunity that this happens, man. And I don't know when we're ever going to see this again. I mean, I think this movie was so successful that other studios and companies are going to be like, hey, you know, what else do we got to dust off on the shelf, huh? You know, they're probably thinking the same thing. But I don't think they're looking at it in the right way. And, you know, I think that it was the perfect opportunity and the perfect time to do it. And I think it was the perfect formula of bringing all of these actors together and doing it the right way that made it this really special event that it was, man. I don't know whether we're going to see this thing again for years to come. And if I was Tom Cruise, I would take that huge fucking check that he got paid and go home and just bathe in that shit. I seriously would, dude, because honestly, you know, it's sort of like a mic drop moment. You did this. You did the impossible. Walk away, feel good, knowing that you created yet another magnificent movie that is going to last a lifetime. Tom Cruise has done it a time or two, and yet he still proves that he is one hell of a movie star. Man, I don't care how crazy he is, how many couches he actually jumps on. Man's got it, baby. He really does, dude. I mean, you have over 80 minutes of bonus features. Dig deeper into the making of Top Gun Maverick. Well, of course, dig into the making of a magnificent movie, dude. And the fact that because of its success, we're getting more stuff within the genre, like Devotion with Jonathan Majors, which is coming out next year, man. So it's just phenomenal, man. It's wild to think that this movie is inspiring companies to revisit old school franchises, or even the fact that more fighter pilot movies are happening. Dude, Top Gun never ceases to amaze me, man. It will never stop, man. It's just that damn good, man. It truly is. All hail Maverick, because, man, he is absolutely the king of the skies.
Save your soul when you honk for Jesus. Wait a minute, is that actually a thing? Seriously? The collector's edition of Honk for Jesus, Save Your Soul. $23, man. Well, for Jesus' goodness, I guess. No. Guess there's other ways to waste your money. I suppose so. Oh my God, man. Oh, jeez.
Look, I'm gonna be real with you, man. Reading the back of this, it basically is like, it's supposed to be this satirical comedy, but as I talked to you guys earlier, it's not funny. If it was supposed to be a satirical comedy, man, they missed the mark in a big bad motherfucking way. I mean, they seriously did, dude. Wow. I mean, I don't know what they were trying to go for, but it just didn't quite work. But here's the deal, though. I mean, it's not like you can't make a really great satirical religious comedy. It's been done before. Steve Martin proved it in Leap of Faith. Now, I always bring up Leap of Faith every now and again, and the reason why I do that is because A, it's just that damn good. It's really funny, but it's a really great exploration of these religious grifters and how they really take people for all they're worth, their faith and their money, and then they just walk out the door on to the next poor fool. And I love that. I love that so much, man. And this could have been another one of those really great ones. It just didn't really know what to do with itself. And I would even say the recent movie, The Eyes of Tammy Faye, which I really love. I think that's a really phenomenal religious comedic drama biopic. I think that's absolutely fantastic, man. I really love that as well. So there are some really good ones out there. And, look, I'm not much into these type of religious style movies. I've said that so many times before, and it really is the truth. But there's certain ones, if done right, can really get me engaged and intrigued, but this is just not one of them, man. But what I will say, and what's interesting about this movie, the one thing that is interesting about it, probably one of the only thing that's interesting about this goddamn unfunny garbage, is the fact that it really goes into the idea of what people believe and the idea of these religious or so-called religious believers that spread the good word, right? But do they really, or are they just out there to take your money? And I think that's really the biggest thing that this movie really shows, is the idea that just because they call themselves believers, just because they have fancy suits and dresses and, speak the word of God, doesn't mean that they are truly holy, truly with the Lord, so to speak. And all that these people really want is your money. And the more you give them, the more that you are with the Great One, with Jesus. The fact that your faith is unwavered, the more that you give them, the more that you put in the pot. And that is an absolute load of horse shit. It really is, man. Because you don't have to give money to the Lord in order for you to believe in the Lord, all right? All you need is a Bible and some time to read the words and some time to pray. That's all you need. You don't need to give money to these people. And I think slowly but surely we're exposing these people for what they are, which is absolute fakes and phonies and charlatans, which is, in fact, what they turn out to be pretty much 90 to 95% of the time. And it's unfortunate because a lot of these people, man, these leeches, they just prey on people so badly. And I feel sorry for these suckers, but it really is true that there is a sucker born every single day. And these scum suckers pretty much prove it. I mean, they really do, man. They take advantage of people in a big bad way because of their own faith. And that's part of the reason why I practice in some small way as a man who's Jewish, but I don't really truly go out of my way to practice as much as maybe I should. because I think religion has really turned sour and ugly, and it's people like this that really prove that fact. And it's just a goddamn shame, man, because there's people out there that really do believe it and really do follow it and really have their faith really rooted in those beliefs, and they're good people. But it's because of people like this that it turns just really just ugly, and that's just a damn shame. It truly is a damn shame, man. I mean, look, I don't believe in that type of faith. I really don't. And if people want to believe in it, fair enough. But it has become twisted. It has become, I don't know if you want to call it unclean or whatever. I don't care, right? But the fact that people like this take advantage of the system, take people's money, their youth, and look, I'm gonna be real, man, even their sexuality and their virginity. And hey, I know it's uncomfortable to say, but this movie also ends up bringing that up. And you know, you can look at it from a comedic standpoint with something like Leap of Faith or even The Eyes of Tammy Faye, but there's other movies that really end up showing the ugly side of religion and how these people really treat others in the worst ways possible. There's a really great movie called Sleepers. If you've ever seen it, man, it is so powerful. If you've never gotten a chance to check that out, please do. It's from the 90s. Got some really great people in it. Robert De Niro and a bunch of others, man. So fantastic of a movie, man. But it really is the ugly side of religion and the advantage that these faith leaders take on young kids. And it's, oh man, it's eye-opening, dude. But you know, there are movies like that that really are eye-opening, that really give you an interesting perspective. And then there's movies like this that just exist as a satire but don't do it nearly as good or nearly as clever as anything else, man. Look, religion has some interesting angles to it, and it has moments where you can really take advantage of it as a storyteller, but this just doesn't do it, man. It just doesn't, and I just wish it did, but it just fails in a lot of ways, man. It's not good as a drama. It's not good as a satire. Hell, it's not even fucking funny, dude. I mean, I give the actors credit, they're trying, but damn, man, they just ain't pulling this shit off to save their fucking lives, man. Oh, better luck next time, but honestly, I really hope there isn't a next time for this, because I don't think I'm going to be honking for Jesus anytime soon.
Dig deep into the crimes with Dark Winds, Season 1. $25. Oh, from AMC. Interesting. Oh, and from executive producer George R.R. Martin. I really hope there isn't a Joffrey character in this sumbitch. I gotta really hope not. I can't take another one of those evil sons of bitches. Oh, man. Lord help us all. AMC, I gotta admit, man, because I don't have cable anymore, I don't really get a lot of these shows anymore. I mean, most of the stuff I'm watching is through streaming. I mean, AMC does have some streaming stuff, but a lot of these shows on cable like this sort of pass me by, man. Hate to say it, but it's the honest truth. I mean, I could get cable, but I'm not paying for just a few channels that I would watch. Fuck that shit. Hell no, man. That's why you find this stuff on physical media. You know what I'm saying, baby? On a remote outpost of the Navajo Nation near Monument Valley in 1971. Okay. Going back a bit. Lieutenant Joe Lee, one of the tribal police, is besieged by a series of seemingly unrelated crimes. Goes through digs to the truth, more exposed to the wounds of his past. He joins this journey by his new deputy, who has old scores, of course. The two men battle forces of evil, each other, and their own personal demons on the path to salvation. Yeah. Very interesting. Something tells me because this is season 1, they don't exactly, solve any of the shit. Something tells me that, man. Possibly, maybe, sorta. I'm taking a wild guess. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. It could be good, man. I love a good sort of
crime mystery yarn, man. I love that stuff. I mean, I really loved back in the day True Detective, especially season 1, man, with Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey. That was some good shit. Okay, that was great. So I do love that sort of stuff that they do. And there's even some great stuff on Netflix that they've done as well, man. It does intrigue me a bit. I mean, with George R.R. Martin as the executive producer, something tells me that, you know, this is going to go on for a really, really long time. No set plan for how to end it. And then it just goes out like a whimper. Yeah, remind you of a show there? Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. Probably is good. Don't know if I'll ever get a chance to watch it, but if it's good, hey, let me know, man. Definitely let me know indeed. But from one show that I don't know about to one that I definitely do, with Euphoria season 1 and 2. Oh wow, man, this fucked up show. Holy shit, Jesus Christ, man. But even though it's completely fucked up and crazy and wild and unpredictable like a motherfucker, the acting is absolutely amazing. Ridiculous how fucking great the acting is. And I gotta give my girl Zendaya right there, baby. I gotta give her all the credit in the world because she shines. She's won Emmys for this show, and deservedly so, because she's just that damn good, man. I mean, she is really pouring her heart and soul, giving it her all, and she deserves all the praise and credit that she gets, because there's no doubt that she deserves it in a big bad way, man. And, you know, it's interesting because it's hard to really encapsulate Zendaya's career if you really think about it, because, I mean, she's so young, she's still got so much ahead of her, but she's really done some amazing things. I mean, she's good in the Spider-Man movies, don't get me wrong, I love her in that. And for the most part, a lot of people know her from the kid stuff that she's done back in the day, like Shake It Up or Zapped. You know, they sort of know her from those old school things that she did, you know, for the younger crowd. Not my jam, baby, but hey, it's something. And of course, she had her music career as well, which she did pretty good on, but she's focusing more on the acting stuff, and I'm really happy to see that, man. I really loved her also, by the way, in Greatest Showman. She was great in that movie. Loved her in that with the acrobats and everything. So good. Did a phenomenal job in that movie. Not really showcase her acting style per se, but she kept up with the big boys. She definitely did, man. But the one thing that I think she really did, which really spotlighted her in a big bad way, was Malcolm and Marie from 2021 with David Washington. If you haven't seen that, man, watch it, because it is a powerful drama about this really toxic couple that is together. It's really fantastic, incredibly dramatic, and man, the acting is off the hook. It's so fucking good, man. She is phenomenal in that movie, man. And it's also good to see her still staying within the blockbuster territory as well, doing Dune. She wasn't barely in Dune, but I'm hoping with part 2 of Dune that hopefully they showcase her a lot more. Look, I like Zendaya. I think she really has the potential to be a really great, magnificent actress if she ends up picking the right project. See, that's the tough thing about it, because a lot of these young actors, they fall in this trap of doing these big blockbuster movies and franchises, and that's all they do, and that's all they're known for, and they never get out of it. And I feel like they sort of peak too soon. But I think Zendaya, if she's smart, and I'd like to think she is, I think she can really pull it off, man. I think she could be a really great, wonderful, modern-day dramatic actress that really has a wonderful range. I think she can pull it off, man. She's just got to be careful of what she does. But movies like Malcolm and Marie and shows like Euphoria really prove that she is a powerhouse that is one hell of an actress. Truly, truly, honestly is. And man, some of the stuff in Euphoria proves it, man. She has like outright fights with her mother, yelling, screaming. She has moments where she's so calm and so benign and moments where there's moments of like joy and happiness, and she runs the fucking gamut, man. I think all of these actors do. This show is a fucking triumph, and you know, I gotta give credit to my girlfriend for forcing me to watch this. I really do, because I wasn't really gonna watch it at first. Like, I kind of heard good things, but I'm like, I don't know if that's for me. And my girlfriend was like, no, I want to watch it. And why to watch it with me? And she's, you know, shoving me and sort of like, come on. And I give her credit. You know, sometimes the girlfriend is right. I don't always like to admit it, but she is. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord indeed. Can't wait for season 3. Hopefully there's a season 3, because this show, man, I can't wait for more fucked up shit that's gonna happen on this goddamn thing. And I thought I'd never say that, man. So damn good. Man, I can't wait for more of the crazy madness that's coming next. God help us all. I want to suck your blood. Well, dude, you kinda gotta ask first. And we're living in a different era. Like, what the times, bitch? Seriously, man. The Blu-ray digital for $34.99, the invitation. Oh, man, you know, I like a good bloodsucker, but $35 is a bit steep. Jesus, man, it sure is. Ay. An immensely clever twist on everything you've come to expect. What? Movie web. Well, him and I watched a very different fucking movie, put it that way. I don't know about clever, but it is something. Eesh. You know, look, man, I'm gonna be real. Vampire movies have really... I don't think they've went downhill like everybody says, because everybody's like, well, you know, Twilight. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. Twilight is a piece of shit, alright? Fair enough. I could talk all day shitting on that fucking movie, but I just don't got that kind of time, okay? Alright? I'm not doing it, man. Don't get me into that shit. Alright? Not now. But, you know, they have evolved over the years. I mean, look, we're no longer in Bela Lugosi Dracula territory. And look, I love that old movie, man. I think Bela Lugosi is great, creepy. I love the atmosphere. I think it's really, really solid. But, you know, vampire movies, whether we like it or not, it has to get more fantastical. It has to get more crazy. And there's been so many ways that the genre has changed over the years. I mean, whether we're talking about Lost Boys, more rock and roll vampire style horror, whether we're talking about Near Dark, which is a very more realistic take on vampires, I would say, more than anything else, man. It's really solid. I mean, whether we're talking about that or more funnier stuff like Vampire in Brooklyn. Okay, well, the funny part is subjective, alright, but it is kind of humorous. I mean, come on, man. It's not bad, dude. I mean, you have some of the spoof stuff that they've done, like Dracula Dead and Loving It. Yeah. Leslie Nielsen goodness, man. So fucking great, dude. I mean, you have more brutal vampire horror like 30 Days of Night or From Dusk Till Dawn, which I absolutely love, which is really phenomenal. Superhero style horror vampire goodness like Blade, yes, Wesley motherfucking Snipes, baby. That is really phenomenal. So there has been a lot of ebb and flow within the vampire genre over the years, and in some ways I'll always love the classics like Bram Stoker's Dracula, taking the classic idea of Dracula and making it very gothic and eerie, brutal, yes, but with a certain sense of style and flair. You know what I'm saying, man? So great. I love that shit. You know, to me, the genre is always going to be interesting because there's so much stuff that you could do with the vampire genre and the stories you could tell. One of the ones that I loved in recent years is Only Lovers Left Alive with Tilda Swinton, man, and Tom Hiddleston. Really great little flick, man, which is really fantastic. not many people really know of it. It's not really mainstream, but it really is a phenomenal movie, man. I really love that one a lot. And there's a lot of ones like that which are sort of under the radar. I mean, unfortunately, movies like Twilight tend to be in the spotlight more because of how popular the material is. Damn shame, but that's the world we're living in. But it is really great, man. But there's so many great tales out there that I've loved over the years. I mean, Fright Night among them, and so many more. I like the approach that they took with The Imitation, but I don't think they really went as brutal or as sexual, sensual, dangerous as they should have, man. And I think that's the unfortunate part about this whole thing, because you have an interesting idea. I just don't think they did enough with it to make it really that intriguing or interesting, and the characters are just basically like predictable staples of other eerie gothic vampire movies that are so much better. And it's just a goddamn fucking shame, dude. It really honestly is. And the fact that they don't really go for the sexuality enough, they don't go for the blood and the terror of it, and I think it just feels like it loses a certain sense of bite. I mean, it's PG-13, and I'm not saying PG-13 horror is bad, because I think there's a lot of really great PG-13 horror out there. There really honestly is. But this just didn't really do it. I think just the way it was made, it didn't really work, man. It's just a goddamn shame, man. It had potential, but it just sort of lost its bite. No pun intended, man. I mean, seriously, there's a lot of these type of movies that unfortunately don't really work out as well as they should, and sort of give the vampire genre a bad name overall, man. I remember Blade Trinity, when they were trying to reinvent Dracula, and it was Drake, and he was going into this like weird like Hot Topic Dracula store, and I'm like, what the fuck are we doing, man? Is this seriously where we're taking Dracula these days? Because fuck, if that's what we're doing, man. God, can somebody drain my blood? Please? Fucking hell, dude. I can't take this shit. And it's kind of like the same thing here, man. It just didn't quite do it for me, man. It doesn't mean that I don't love vampire tales, because I'll always love a good vampire tale, man. I'll always love a good, really great, brutal, dark tale. But you just have to do it right with intriguing characters and really go for the really hardcore elements of a great vampire tale, the sexuality and the blood, to really make it as effective and unique as it should be. It's just my honest opinion, man. I mean, look, vampire tales will always be a thing in the horror genre. It will always attract moviegoers because there's something unique and hypnotic about vampires. Not saying that every movie pulls it off, but even a bad vampire tale doesn't really derail the genre, because people keep coming back to this shit constantly. I hate to say it, but Twilight proves it. I hate to admit it, but it does, man. I mean, you have the unrated cut, you have deleted and extended scenes, outtakes, bloopers, behind-the-scenes featurettes. I mean, you do have some good stuff here. I just wish the movie was a hell of a lot better, man. I really honestly do, dude. You know, look, at the end of the day, you have to remember that there's some really great high-profile vampire tales out there, movies that have really proven how great the genre can be, and then there's movies like this, which is kind of limp dick efforts that unfortunately prove that if you don't do the story right, then you're really just treading water, and this is yet another one in a long line of them. I will say this, The Invitation is better than Twilight. Not high praise, but I think this movie will take what it can get, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, at least you're better than Edward. That is something. 7 days. Oh shit. Samara, stay away from my ass, please. I'm putting on my caller ID and blocking your number like a motherfucker. You bet your ass I am, bitch. Oh my god. Watch if you dare. Oh yes. 20th anniversary. God damn, I'm old. Shit. Man, I saw this in the movie theater. And there are certain people that weren't even born yet. Oh my god. And no wonder I'm getting those gray hairs. Yeesh. Holy hell, man. Oh, The Ring. The American remake. Oh, so good, dude. This movie, man. Actually, this is the Steely Love, actually. Not bad with the slipcover. Pretty cool. Nice. I like that it looks like a VHS, man. That's clever shit. I love that. Oh, that's fucking awesome, man. $22, it's not a bad deal, though. Nice. Oh, this movie. I love this movie, man. Based, by the way, off of the original Japanese horror classic, J-horror goodness, baby. Ringu. Ringu indeed, man. 1998. Man, blast from the past, but so good, man. And look, here's the deal, right? Because us as American filmmakers, American studios, we can't leave shit alone. We can't. We always have to remake all this shit, man. And constantly. And The Ring was one of the first attempts to really remake J-horror here in America. And it's honestly probably one of the most successful and best efforts. It really is. I love the story here. I love the acting. I love the scares. I mean, it is as good as you can get as far as an American horror remake goes. It's just that fucking good, dude. And I like the idea of the VHS and the imagery and the idea that you have 7 days, and some people sort of think it's a goof and joke, and eventually it creeps up on them, and then there's nothing they can do. Other people really take it seriously and dive into the mysteries and how can they really survive this. And I love that, and I love Naomi Watts here being this mother and the complications of dealing with this potential death that she's going to be dealt, at the same time still trying to live her normal life and trying to uncover the secrets of Samara. So fucking good, man. So great. And I love what Gore Verbinski does with this, man. He's such a great director and really knows how to do the misdirection and the great scares without making them cheap. I love it so much, and I think there's a lot of style here. There's a lot of eerie creepiness, atmosphere. It's so good, and Samara makes one of the best horror villains of all time. He's fucking creepy as hell, man. Little creepy kids, man. There's something about it. I don't know, they just get under your skin. You really do. You're like, oh god. Like, I can appreciate you, but from a distance. Like, please, stay like 12, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 feet. Just stay the fuck away from my ass, please. God, it's so good, man. It's really great, and it has one of the best modern day scares of all time, man. Samara coming out of the TV. Like, man, you think you can contain her, but no, she's let loose. God, I love that shit. So fantastic, man. So great. And it's kind of interesting because they've done other sequels and they've remade stuff. I remember seeing The Ring 2 in the movie theater with my mother, and you know, I was really looking forward to it because I really loved The Ring so much, and I was so epically disappointed by that movie. And then Rings is don't even get me started on that shit. God, it's so bad, man. And it just feels like they're always trying to ape off of the success of the first one, but never as good. You know what I'm saying, man? It's the same thing with The Grudge. I mean, I love The Grudge. Not nearly as good, in my opinion, as The Ring is, but still really fucking solid. But then they try to do all these other J-horror remakes, The Eye, and all these other kinds of things, and never quite as good, man. I mean, when the first one is as successful as it is, like The Ring was, then everybody wants a piece of the pie, but not nearly doing it as good. It happens in the horror genre quite a bit, guys, and The Ring is yet another one of those examples, man. It truly, honestly is. Oh, man. I will say this, though. Bob, Man, when he was younger, when we were in high school, he watched this at home and it creeped him the fuck out. He was alone, living with his mother in an apartment, and he would be alone, just sitting in his bed, and he would hear these weird noises, and he'd be like, Samara, are you there? You better go away. I have more than 7 days. And he's gonna kill me, man. But he was scared as shit with this movie, man. And so was I. I mean, it really is one of the best horror experience, one of the best ones that I've had in modern memory. It's just so goddamn good, dude. And let's be real, right? As far as American remakes go to horror classics, man, we have a bad track record, dude. We have a shit track record. It's really bad. But every now and again, there's one that comes along that really does prove that we can do it well. And, you know, hey, whether it's John Carpenter's The Thing or this, hey, man, you know, when we do it well, we do it pretty damn well. And this is yet another one of those successes that proves that, hey, we're not all that bad. Hey, we still got it in us to make some good shit from time to time. We promise. We really do. Sorta. Hey, man, I'll take what I can get as far as remakes go. And this is one of the good ones. Oh, it truly is, man. Not bad. A few featurettes. Not too shabby, man. Now, there's a lot of people that are kind of waiting because they like this, but they think that there's a 4K coming, so they don't want to bite the bullet on this just yet. I mean, it is steely love, but, well, as a physical media collector, I've been proven that once I buy the Blu-ray, there happens to be a 4K that's right around the corner, so I don't know whether to hold off or not. I don't have it in the collection, so maybe one day I will. Whether it's a Blu-ray or 4K, one of these days, Samara's coming home. You could bet your ass. What an interesting steely love this is. The VHS cover alone is really intriguing me like a mofo, man. It truly is. I definitely like that shit. I truly do. 20 years, man. Here's to another 20 more, because the classics never go out of style. And it just makes me feel even more old. Of course. Of course, indeed, man. Oh, but the physical media love was definitely here. It was definitely on display. They were showcasing it in the most best way possible. Oh, truly were not half bad, man. Gotta give it up for good old BNN as always, because they pulled it off. Like they always do. Mostly. Not half bad, baby. Let's head out. Well, the physical media love continues to spread its ever-loving joy here at good old Barnes & Nobles, baby. Oh, the BNN love is still happening, and I'm damn glad for it. And this week wasn't half bad, man. Some cool releases worth checking out here. And actually, I really appreciate Barnes & Nobles because, man, some of the stuff that they have in here, you simply can't find at any place else. And, you know, you can argue about the prices, and look, you ain't wrong, but you gotta appreciate that they do carry some of this stuff. And, hey, at least somebody's doing it. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. In a world where physical media is not entirely the most obvious thing, it's not always the most embraced thing, sometimes it's overlooked, you do have to appreciate it from time to time, and Barnes & Noble's proves it. Oh, indeed it does, and it did it yet again. Not bad for this movie lover, and I know for you as well. Pretty damn sweet indeed. Always love checking out the goodies, but how about we head home and finish the video?
All right, everybody, that'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD. Out and about video this week, and look, wasn't half bad. Honestly, it really wasn't, man. I mean, yeah, we didn't have everything. That 4K Christmas goodness, kind of evaded us. I thought it would be at some store, considering, you know, it is that time of year. Not that I like admitting it, but it is the truth. So I was kind of shocked. I was like, man, somebody's got to have this, and nobody did. Maybe they'll have it in the next week or two, possibly, but for the meantime, yeah, a little bit out of luck. Speaking of that, now, I talked to you in the last video about the whole thing going on with Best Buy and the fact that mine has zero physical media whatsoever. And I kind of gave them a little bit of a pass, just saying, hey, look, they have just recently opened back up. Maybe it's going to take time for them to get some stuff in. But right now, there's just diddly squat. Now, I went back in to Best Buy this week. Now, I didn't film, but I went in. I wanted to see if they had stuff, right? I mean, who can blame me? And one of the guys who was monitoring the front door and everything, a lot of people at Best Buy know me as the guy that films in there for the movies, Blu-rays, DVDs, 4Ks. And, you know, they kind of shoot the shit with me. This guy is one of the ones that has known me to come in there a lot. And he stops me. And he says, oh, I wanted to tell you something. And I'm like, oh, what is it? Like, did he want to talk about movies or something, you know, whatever? No, not exactly. What he wanted to talk to me about was the idea that Best Buy is not going to be carrying physical media anymore. Yeah. I ain't lying. Like, I'm serious, man. He was talking to me. He said, look, all we're going to carry in the new release section, right when you come in, all we're going to carry is going to be games. That is it. New games, you know, older games, whatever, we're going to carry right in the new release section as you walk in the doors. That is what you are going to see. We are no longer going to be carrying movies as far as physical media goes. We are not going to be carrying them. And I'm shocked. I'm stunned. I'm like, what? And so I guess once the remodel happened, it came down that there will be no more physical media at Best Buy as far as movies are concerned. None whatsoever. And so I'm assuming this is going to be a policy going forward in the future. Any store that has gotten remodeled will eventually lose its physical media if it has not already. And the ones that have not been remodeled that still has physical media, I would take a wild guess and say next year, yeah, that's going away. So I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I don't want to be the doom and gloom guy. But in this instance, I kind of have to be honest with you. I have to tell you what's going on, man. And this is the honest truth about it, is that, yeah, there will be no more physical media around at Best Buy, most likely come within the next year or so. That's it. A lot of the remodeled stores, if you've been in them, have pretty much given up on physical media. I was kind of, not exactly guaranteed, but I was kind of told, hey, we'll still have physical media. We'll have the new release stuff, but that's it. And now that seems to not even be a thing anymore. Basically, they're just getting rid of it altogether. Now, what does that mean for holiday season, Black Friday stuff? Who knows? Maybe they might carry stuff. Maybe they might not. But Best Buy is heading into a different direction. I mean, it's very clear once you walk into the doors and you see the remodeled store itself, you get to see that they are getting very far away from actually movies, physical media stuff, and a lot of it is just going in a very different trend now. And yeah, I was hoping for the life of me that maybe they were going to come back strong eventually, maybe within a month's time, maybe less, and have more physical media. I'm not 100% giving up on Best Buy because I'm hoping that maybe they'll still have stuff for the holiday season, you know, big releases. Obviously, you want to get them in the door. Oh, hey, by the way, we have 4Ks for the 4K TVs. I mean, maybe they'll still have stuff. But what this employee told me shocked me. What this employee told me pretty much just blew my mind of like, wow, Best Buy is completely just giving up on it. And that's what he heard from management. That's what management heard from up above. And so it's just trickled down. And it's wild, dude. Wild. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, I've heard reports about Walmart getting rid of stuff within 2025. Target is continuing to shrink. I mean, it ain't getting any easier, folks. And I'm just being real. I mean, I talked about it all last video, but I'm going to reiterate it again here that, look, there will come a point, come a time. I don't know when it will be, but there will come a point in time where the only way that you will buy your movies is going to be through online retailers. And that's it. And most of the time now, I'm going to be honest with you, we buy most of our stuff online anyways. But even more so in the future, the near future, more than ever before. And I'm just going to be honest with you, man. I think it's a bummer. I think that them doing this is a buzzkill. But do I understand it from a business perspective? Maybe. But I can't 100% agree with it either because, look, you're selling TVs. It seems very obvious that, you know, if you put physical media on your displays, that you can both sell the TVs and the 4Ks at the same time. You can still sell movies. Best Buy has still been effective at doing that because they bring in really great editions and exclusives and steelbooks. And so the fact that now is going to trend into a thing of the past is wild to me, but I was shocked by it. Absolutely shocked. And can I say that I saw it coming? Maybe at the end of the day, I maybe can say I kind of saw it coming just a wee bit, but I didn't expect it this soon. And when I heard that, it just blew my mind. So, like I said, I'm not 100% giving up on Best Buy. But from what I'm hearing, basically, with all the stores getting remodeled and the ones that are sticking around, physical media will sooner rather than later become a thing of the past. So just keep that in mind next time you're browsing around Best Buy, that it ain't gonna last as long as you might think it will. Just saying, guys. Just throwing it out there, man. All right? Don't shoot the messenger, all right? Don't do it, okay? I'm just saying what I heard. Put it that way, dude. But look, we still have physical media out there in the ether. The stores did provide it this week, and a lot of good stuff at that. So hopefully you found something good. If you did, definitely let me know. As far as I'm concerned, well, yes, I picked up physical media. I mean, come on. Did you seriously think I wasn't going to do it? What are you, nuts? Yes, I did, guys. And this one, look, man, I had to pick this up. If I did not put it in the collection, you guys would have killed me, okay? Man, I would have gotten people coming to my door with like pitchforks and torches. You didn't pick this title up? Trust me. You're in safe hands. I was gonna pick the shit up, guys. Okay, don't hate on me, okay? I know I gave you some bad doom and gloom news, but hey, I supply the goodness. And this week, I definitely did. When I pick up nothing other than da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Top Gun Maverick kicks so much ass. Tom Cruise is one badass motherfucker. Yes, Top Gun Maverick. And, by the way, as you can see, oh, it happens to be the Steely Love. Oh, yes. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. Wait a minute, Seth. So, your Best Buy doesn't have any physical media. So, how did you get it? Did you pre-order it? No, I didn't pre-order this. I wanted to pre-order this, and by the time I thought about pre-ordering it, oh, by the way, it was all sold out at that point. So I was like, oh, fuck, man. Man, I gotta stop doing that, waiting until the last minute for this shit. So I was like, fuck, man, I can't get the steelbook. And so Best Buy doesn't have the physical media. Couldn't pre-order it, and obviously Walmart ain't carrying this shit. However, now I know you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, Seth, you went to Target and they didn't have any copies. So, seriously, how the fuck did you get this thing? Well, you know, when I was walking out of Target, true story, okay, swear to God here.
you know, if I'm lying, I'm flying, baby. All right, is the idea that I'm walking out of Target and somebody is coming to. It seems like somebody's coming to sort of pick up some stuff for the physical media for like an order or something like that. Oh no, they weren't doing that. They were bringing back one steelbook copy of Top Gun Maverick. Apparently somebody didn't want it and they just brought it back. And I'm like, what? What the fuck? And so can I look at it? And the employee's like, yeah, sure. And I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, oh, it looks minty as a motherfucker. And I'm like, oh, I'm picking this shit up. So you know what? Somebody out there, the physical media gods happen to like my ass from a time or two. I end up doing the good Lord's bidding. Okay, I do from time to time. And I think they, cut me some slack here and there. And this time, whoa, boy, was I one lucky motherfucker. Oh, indeed I was, man. Look at this thing. This is so cool. Oh, God, it's great, man. Oh, I love this. Look at that. Maverick, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, so cool. Oh, so great, dude. Man, I am one lucky SOB. Damn glad for it, by the way. I mean, I would have bought it regardless. The regular edition would have been great, but the fact that I get the Steely Love, oh, that's even sweeter. Oh, man, it is, dude. Look, I love this movie, and it's interesting because I was talking to a coworker of mine, and the coworker says, "Oh my God, this is one of the best movies ever," and I'm like, I don't know if I'd go that far. I don't know if I'd go ahead and say it's the best movie ever, or one of the best movies ever. I don't know if I'd go that length, but I think this is one of the best well-made sequels in a long-ass time, man. I am dead serious. I think this thing is fucking brilliant. And I can almost guarantee you that nobody ever would have thought that. Again, if you're going back 3, 4, 5 years ago, and if somebody were to say to you, oh, by the way, there's going to be a Top Gun sequel and it's going to be fucking amazing and it's going to make well over $1 billion, and people would have been like, dude, man, what fucking hashish are you fucking smoking, dude? What weed are you getting from your cellar? Because damn, I don't want to touch that shit. And shockingly enough, shocker of a lifetime, man, they'd be right. It's fucking wild, man. It's crazy. And this movie is fucking aces, dude. It's absolutely fan-fucking-tastic from top to bottom. Everybody involved. It is, in my opinion, one of the best sequels ever made. I can confidently say that. And it's just fucking phenomenal. And it really proves that, just because you're a movie that came out a long time ago doesn't mean that you can't have a sequel. Many movies have proven that you can have a sequel many years later, many decades later. But you have to do it in a way that really feels fresh and new, but yet honors what came before it. And Top Gun is a perfect example of that, man. It is absolutely amazing at every fucking level, and everybody needs to be praised here, including Tom Cruise, man. This movie will go down as one of the best in modern cinema history. No doubt about it, man. I'm so glad, so glad to have that good old Steely Love. Oh, yeah. Oh, this will be nice on my 4K. You bet your ass it will be. Woo, Steely goodness. Can't be beat, baby. Oh, can't be beat indeed. Oh, I guess I'll take the glasses off, man. Oh, I had to for Top Gun, man. It's just, I couldn't resist. Oh, I couldn't resist indeed, man. So fucking good, dude. And the Steely Love made it even better. Oh, it did. But that's not all. Okay, that's not. I mean, that alone, cherry on top, right? No doubt about it. But oh, there's more. Trust me, man, because as I've said before to you guys, as a physical media lover, I'm always kind of
going back and buying things that I need to buy from previous weeks and months ago, and trying to catch myself up, right? Because you want to buy the new stuff, but sometimes you let go of the older stuff because, well, you just don't have the cash at that point, or you're trying to figure out, how you can buy this right now and then save this for later, etc., etc. And I finally decided, some of these titles I need to get, and I need to get them now. And so through Diabolic DVD, it's been a while since I ordered from them, but these 4 titles I wanted to order because, man, they're just too good not to have in the collection, man. And the first one I used to have on DVD a long time back until I had gotten rid of it. Did a whole purge of a lot of my DVDs, and this one was one of them. And I kind of missed not having it in the collection, but I thought at one point down the road, I will have to upgrade this and get the Blu-ray. And when Kino Lorber ended up announcing that they were putting out a edition of this movie, I knew this was the perfect way to upgrade it and bring it back into the collection. And that is none other than, oh, my man. Oh, dude, say what you will about him now, but back in the day, and he was one badass, funny motherfucker. And I gotta give it up for Bruce Willis in Hudson Hawk. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Dude, this movie is fucking bonkers, okay? This is a wild movie, dude. And I think it was supposed to, start a new franchise for Willis. I think it was supposed to be this sort of action comedy series where, Hudson Hawk is going and doing this crazy, wild adventures and action and hilarity and everything. And the movie flopped, and it flopped hard, all right? And for many, many years, it always sort of left a bad taste in people's mouths, but I have always loved it. I think I sort of watched it at the right time, man. I watched it back in the VHS days, and it was one of those titles that really just caught my attention. And I loved the colorful characters here. I love the comedy. I love the charm and the swagger of Willis. And it always kind of stuck with me. I was like, man, this isn't as bad as everybody says it is. And I liked sort of the quirky B-movie charm of it. And I think over the years, I think more people have appreciated Hudson Hawk. I think it's been a slow thing to get there, but I think it finally has, man. But I definitely wanted to get this back in the collection. The great slip here, of course. Look at Willis. Man, so good, dude. It's a great little movie. I love Andy McDowell here. I love Bruce Willis. Danny Aiello playing his partner in crime. I love that, man. James Coburn, fantastic in this movie as one of the villains. It's just a wild and weird movie, man. A mashup of genres that, I think in some ways I would argue that Hudson Hawk was ahead of its time. A lot of times now we look at action comedies and they're very well, received and people really like them. And I think back in the day when this came out, I think a lot of people were really confused. They're like, I don't know, like it's either an action movie or it's a comedy, but it can't be both. And so I think people sort of really just turned off with this movie. But, looking back, I do think it was ahead of its time, man. And it's so infectiously fun, and I love it. Quirky as hell, weird as shit. Sometimes doesn't make a lick of sense, but man, is it fun, dude. And finally able to have that in the collection. Not half bad, baby. Not half bad indeed for little Hudson Hawk love. Oh, you bet your ass, man. Now, this one was kind of interesting to me because I had never heard of the movie. And when MVD announced it, I was like, you know what? I'm going to give this thing a chance because it's got a really great actor in here that I really love from a very popular movie in the 80s. So, you know what? It's an interesting thing for me to look back at this movie, realizing I've never heard of it, but I want to give it a chance because I think it's one that I'll definitely like. And that is none other than The Chocolate War. Oh, yes, man. Look at this. In fact, this guy here was in Weird Science. Oh, yes, by the way, he was Anthony Michael Hall's friend. You know, the two of them that, you know, Bill Kelly LeBrock. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how they build a sexy chick. When I find that out, I'll... Yeah, don't tell my girlfriend. I don't. But, look, I wanted to really check this thing out, and I wanted to buy it because it looked very intriguing. The synopsis really did. And the idea that it's directed by Keith Gordon. And Keith Gordon, of course, played Arnie in Christine, did a wonderful job, and he's been in many roles and has become a really great, accomplished director, behind-the-scenes guy. And I was like, oh, wow, he directs this. And, of course, it's got, you know, the guy from Weird Science. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. And it's an interesting sort of drama, which kind of looks unique to me. I don't know, man. Like, you know, some of these types of movies don't always pique my interest, but I like certain ones like School Ties, which is really dramatic, has a really great message to it. I think it depends on the material. Like, I really like Dead Poets Society, and so this movie really felt like it has sort of those elements to it, so I'm definitely interested to check this thing out. But look, I'm willing to give things a chance that I've never heard of, guys. If it looks good to me, if the story is interesting, if I like what I see on YouTube and the trailers, then I'm gonna be able to give it a go. You know, I don't blind buy as much as I used to. Lord knows I blind buy like a motherfucker back in the day, dude. And a lot of times I really regretted it. But now what I'm doing is I'm doing my research, I'm looking into these titles, and I'm doing it before I blind buy. And that's what I suggest to all of you guys, because, you know, look, you are spending your hard-earned money at the end of the day, and you want to know that what you're going to buy is something that you're going to like. And it isn't always going to be the case, but 9 times out of 10 it can be if you do your due diligence and do your research. And I did with this, and I think it's going to pay off, man. Definitely looking forward to checking out the Chocolate War. That's for damn sure, man. Not bad, but from one MVD title to another, and this is another one that, again, oh, by the way, I used to have the DVD, got rid of it, but I knew eventually at some point, I was hoping that somebody would release this in a really great Blu-ray edition, and, well, patience pays off when you're picking up more candy love with Canadian bacon. Yeah. Oh, look at this, man. Oh, goddamn, do I love Canadian bacon, dude. Oh, Lord, man. You know, look, this is one, when you're talking about John Candy, there's a lot of movies that come up, man. Obviously, The Great Outdoors and Summer Rental and, you know, his turn in National Lampoon's Vacation, and there's so many Spaceballs. I could go on and on, man. He's great, and I miss Candy like a motherfucker. I really do. But there's certain ones that I think he's really great in that people don't always talk about, and Canadian Bacon happens to be one of them, man. I think he's really solid here. And I just love the idea that the president is trying to start a war with Canada. And I just love the idea that, you know, just to make more money and more greed and shit, well, we gotta make a war with somebody. Let's do it with Canada. And I just love it, and how sort of John Candy plays this kind of doofus who goes across the border to try to stop this so-called war. It's great. It's hilarious. It's got some really great, funny moments. I love him in here a lot. I love Alan Alda. Kevin O'Connor's great. Rhea Perlman. Oh, Rhea Perlman's great. I love Rhea Perlman. And there's Kevin Pollak's great here as well. It's so good, dude. It really is great. And, oh, by the way, directed by Michael Moore, the documentarian, which is wild to me because, you know, we associate Michael Moore with all these great documentaries that he's done, but we tend to forget that he directed Canadian Bacon. That's just nuts, man. But it's so great. I really love this so much, man. Of course, look at this. Oh, look at that. Oh, I love that. Help America. Fight the Canadians. Oh, so good. Oh, so good indeed, man. I love this. It's one of those sort of underrated John Candy flicks that I've always appreciated from back in like the VHS era. And I'm glad to finally have it upgraded. And oh, by the way, back in the collection. Not half bad, baby. Not half bad indeed. But there is one more. Oh my god. I did pretty good this week, guys. But this one, man. This one is something that I have been wanting in the collection for a really, really, really long time. And when it went out of print, I was so fucking pissed. I was so furious. Not at anybody other than myself, to be fair, because I screwed up. I really wanted to pick this thing up, and I just missed the boat. And then the prices skyrocketed like a mofo on eBay. There was no way to pick this up, and I really didn't want to spend crazy amounts of money for it. But when MVD ended up announcing that they were releasing it, oh man, there was a certain amount of satisfaction, the fact that I waited. It is true that patience does pay off, and this is proof positive when I'm talking about disturbing behavior. Oh yeah, look at this, baby. Yeah. God damn, dude, do I love this fucking movie, man. And when Scream Factory put their edition out, their Blu-ray edition, I wanted it so badly, man. And you know, it was one of those times, and I've said it just recently, the idea of, as a collector, there's so many things you want to buy, certain things that you forget about. You just keep on buying it, and then you think, well, I'll buy it later on. It's not going to go out of print, whatever. And then you keep on waiting and waiting and waiting, and then suddenly it goes out of print, and suddenly it becomes rare, and suddenly you can't find it anymore, and then you want to find a copy, and then everyone's overcharging like a bitch, and you're like, what the fuck? And so I was so pissed, and I thought, god damn, man, I'm never going to get an edition of this fucking movie. Never going to do it, dude. And, oh, by the way, here comes MVD for the rescue. Oh, thank the fucking Lord, man. Dude, this is great, man. James Marsden, Katie Holmes, Nick Stahl. I have always loved this movie. I just love it as sort of like one of those, like, late 90s, early 2000s sort of, you know, teen horror movies at the time. Whether we're talking about this or I Know What You Did Last Summer, The Faculty, those type of movies. And this is the time where Katie Holmes was like blowing up big time, man. Movies like this and Teaching Mrs. Tingle, of course, her run on Dawson's Creek. And so this was like a big role for her. Like, oh, Katie Holmes, like that thing. Now it's like who's Katie Holmes? They're like, oh, Tom Cruise's ex-wife. Like, oh man, time's a bitch. It really is, dude. But this is so great. I love the music, the soundtrack here. I love the great horror moments, the scares, the tension, the atmosphere, the teen acting. It's really great, dude. I've loved it ever since I saw it. And man, I think I bought like the old school DVD a long time ago, man. And you know, I had gotten rid of it thinking at some point somebody was going to release it. Oh, by the way, they did. But yeah, I fucked up on that one. But oh, I waited. Damn glad that I did, dude. Oh, very nice. Look at that. Oh, yeah. So good. Man, great. Dude, so happy to finally have this in the collection, man. And all those motherfuckers, all those pieces of shit scumbags out there on eBay who ended up overcharging people like a motherfucker for this edition, you can go fuck yourselves, okay? Truly, you can go fuck yourselves. I don't care where you do it, but go fuck yourself because you screwed over a lot of people. And I get sick and tired of these scalpers. I get sick and tired of these people taking advantage of collectors. And when this ended up getting announced, oh, by the way, the prices ended up going down. Gee, I wonder why. And people are like, oh, well, I guess I gotta sell it for like, you know, $20. I'm like, yes, that's what you should have been doing all the fucking time. But screwing over people is just a common everyday occurrence on eBay. And at least I didn't have to deal with any of those scumbags. And I got mine. Damn glad for it. Oh, indeed I do, dude. Not bad. Oh, dude. The physical media love. I am so happy this week with so many great releases. This is amazing, man. Whether it's the sequel, Blockbuster Love, whether it's weirdo action comedies,
America versus Canada schlag. And great teen horror, man. Not bad indeed, dude. Look at this. What a hell of a stack, man. Let's just say it like it is, dude. Some weeks you have good luck with physical media, and oh, by the way, I definitely did. And before I let you guys go, oh, I gotta talk about this because I can't let go of the streaming wars. They've just begun, baby. I can indeed. And this proves that, you know what? Some plans on certain platforms may be better than others. If you take the cheaper road, doesn't exactly mean it's the best one. You know what I'm saying? Not really. From Screen Rant, Netflix cuts major shows out of its ad-supported plan. I wonder why. Let's dive in, shall we? Let's indeed. Netflix has just launched its new ad-supported tier, but certain classic titles like Arrested Development and House of Cards are not available. Both series were instrumental in the company's transition from DVD by mail service and the first major global online streaming platform. In the years since the development of both series, Netflix has dominated the pop culture landscape with hit shows and films including Stranger Things, Squid Game, Red Notice, and the upcoming projects like the Knives Out sequel Glass Onion. Netflix has been in the news quite a bit recently as they work to maintain its domination over the streaming industry. Earlier this year, the company had its first quarter where they lost subscribers in a decade, leading to no small amount of industry concern and a restructuring of their original content plan to focus less on blockbuster projects like the expensive Gray Man universe, as well as the introduction of a cheaper ad-supported tier for the service. While this most recent quarter had more positive results, this was paired with the revelation that Lilyhammer, their first ever original program, would be removed from the service now that their US streaming license for the series is expiring. Damn, don't you hate when that happens? You do indeed. Per Deadline, Netflix's new tier is missing certain prominent titles, which are visible in the search bar but show a lock icon that indicates the service is unable to play them. This includes Arrested Development, House of Cards, both of which were created back when Netflix originals were part of a licensing deal rather than owned outright by Netflix. Other shows that are similarly locked on the ad-supported tier are Peaky Blinders, The Magicians, The Last Kingdom, The Sinner, Good Girls, and Friday Night Lights, as well as select movies. When Netflix made the transition to include an ad-supported tier, they did warn subscribers that certain titles would not be available due to their licensing agreements. However, they did not specify which titles would be impacted by the situation. In their statement, they claim that they are working on getting those titles onto the new tier. It seems likely that Netflix will attempt to get their classic originals like House of Cards and the final 2 seasons of Arrested Development onto the new tier at some point in the future. However, there is no guarantee that they will be able to negotiate new agreements, and many of the other locked titles are not Netflix originals at all, including the iconic sitcoms New Girl and The Good Place. Those series are owned by other networks, some of their own proprietary streaming services, so they may never agree to allow Netflix to run ads on those programs for the remainder of their current licensing deals. Jeez. From one shitstorm to the next. Well, hey, if you have the ad-supported plan, hope you like it. Not saying you're getting everything, but, hey, that's up to you. Oh, indeed that is, man. Shit. So much for getting all the content you want, right? Oh, Lord, dude. Okay, look, I'm gonna be real, man. Who couldn't see this shit coming? Seriously. I mean, if you are going to end up including a cheaper service, you know, one that has the ads on it, which, you know, look, at the end of the day, I was somebody that grew up with cable most of my life. And you just dealt with commercials. It was just part of the deal. Yes, it was frustrating like a motherfucker, I'm not going to lie to you. But at the end of the day, you just did what you had to do. And so most people are like, hey, if I can get a cheaper service and I have to watch a few ads from time to time, oh, fine, I'll deal with it. But doing that and not getting all the content, yeah, that's another thing. I mean, look, I can see why Netflix did this, because Netflix is like, okay, look, you're paying for a cheaper
part of our service. Yes, we're giving you the ads, but why should you get everything that the other people on the platform who pay more money, why should you get all their stuff as well? And Netflix will never say it out loud, okay? To be fair, they never will, and I don't expect them to. But it's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, come on, man. She's even a blind person can see that shit coming. All right? And this is where we are headed with streaming. Because I'm going to be honest with you, streaming is not getting any cheaper, okay? I fully, truly believe that in 2023, Disney's going to go up, Netflix is going to go up. I believe a lot of these services, you know, Peacock, Paramount Plus, you name it, Hulu, everything is going to go up. I just think it's just the nature of the beast. It's something that you are going to expect. If we don't get it, hey, nice surprise. But if we do, don't be shocked, okay? And on top of that, I've told you guys that entertainment is at a premium at this point. Entertainment is very expensive, whether you're going to the movie theaters, whether you're buying physical media, whether you're investing in streaming services, digital downloads, you name it. There are so many things out there to pay for, and at a certain point, you have to ask yourself, what is worth for my hard-earned money, right? And you have to make some tough choices. And we're there now. We're here. And you start to have to ask yourself, okay, if I'm going to pay for this, I need to think in a better way of how I pay for it, because I can't get the most high standard service because I just can't afford it every single month. So you go down to a lower tier. There's nothing wrong with it. But by doing that, you have to expect that these companies are giving you less for your lesser money that you're putting into the service. It's just a thing. It's what it is, man. And that begs the question, is it ultimately worth it? I mean, I don't think everyone is going out of their way to watch House of Cards or some of the other things that they don't put on the service, Arrested Development, you name it. I don't think it's the majorest, craziest loss of content. But at the same time, it is still a loss of content, and if subscribers end up thinking to themselves, well, it's not that bad, I can still keep it, and yeah, I don't get, you know, some of the things I might have watched, I can still watch most of it, then Netflix is probably going to think, well, if they're okay with that, then, you know, the next seasons of Stranger Things or Cobra Kai, Squid Game, you name it, they could say, well, you know what, we don't need to put it on that particular tier of our platform right now. We can wait maybe 6 months, a year before we put it on that particular platform, because we want the people who pay for more of our service to get it first. Now, I'm not saying they're going to do that, but if you don't think that they've at least thought about it, you're crazy, because I guarantee you that they have, man. These are the discussions that are being had, because for a lot of these companies, it's about money. And Netflix wants to get a lot of their subscriber base back that they've lost. And the streaming wars are brutal. Everybody is vying for your hard-earned money. Everybody is vying for your subscription. And everybody wants content out there, and it costs money. It costs major money, and they need to keep the cash rolling in order to keep the content flowing, and need to prove to the big backers of these companies and these services that they can get people in the door still. But that is slowly not really becoming as big of a reality as they think. Because Disney has lost subscribers, Netflix has lost subscribers, you know, HBO Max has kind of waffling a bit here and there. I mean, they have, obviously, House of the Dragon, but what else do they really have to really keep you going? Not much. Peacock has some stuff, but is it worth really doing a monthly subscription all the time for it? The same with Paramount Plus. I mean, a lot of people now, what they're doing is they're cutting the cord on some of these streaming services, and when it's time to come back to it every so often, they will. subscribe for a certain amount of time, and then cut loose. And this is what we're seeing, man. And so it's kind of like playing a game of chicken with the average consumer nowadays. You have to entice them enough to keep them going month after month to continue to get their money. That's the thing about it, man. And so Netflix is saying, look, if we do this ad-supported tier, a lesser amount, it will get people in the door, and we don't have to offer them as much content, and we still get their money in the end. And if they want all the content, well, then they can just subscribe to the more higher end service. And if they don't, hey, they're lost. This is going to become the ultimate reality of the situation. And, you know, I even kind of feel like maybe Disney is going to do this at some point. Because think about it. Disney is slowly putting more adult R-rated fare on their streaming platform. Now, for right now, if you want that, you're going to have to put in your password every single time so that it's locked and it's safe, so that they know that you as an adult are watching the content and not the kids. How do they ultimately know that? Who the hell knows? But whatever, they're doing that. But I have a feeling, come down the road, year, 2 years down the road, I have a sneaky suspicion that they are going to charge more for that. I have a feeling that they're probably going to say, look, if you want the R-rated content, the more adult fare that we're starting to offer on Disney Plus, you have to pay extra money for it. And if you're not, then you just don't get it. And so I think this is just going to be the thing that's going to become the norm now, guys, is how much money can you bleed out of the consumer if they really want their product. That's the thing about it with these companies, man. And look, streaming is not 100% guaranteed. I've talked about the idea of how content is being lost and how certain things are being cut down or censored, and it moves from one platform to the next, and it's just all crazy and wild right now. And there's no guarantee on anything. And that's a lot of the reasons why I continue to buy physical media, because I know it's guaranteed. Once I have it, it's mine. And a lot of these services just can't guarantee that shit. And look, I still really like streaming. I still really invest in it, and I do really like it still. But look, I'm even starting to cut the cord on certain things. You know, I'm debating about getting rid of HBO Max right now. I'm debating about cutting the cord on certain things where I'm like, do I really need it right now? You know, a lot of money is going out the door, but is it going out the door in the right way? And that's a lot of things that customers and consumers are really going to have to look into, man. It's not easy decision making. It never is, because you want the full range of entertainment. But you have to be smart about your choices. And now these streaming services are giving you more reason to really be even more cautious. I mean, what do you think about this? Is this a good strategy? Do you think Netflix is doing the right thing here? Or do you think that ultimately it's going to bite them in the ass, and other streaming services are going to be bit in the ass because of it? I mean, let me know, man. Again, streaming is not going anywhere, but I think it's going to be tougher to access, especially when you have all these tiers and services, and which one do you choose, and why do you choose it, and what are you actually getting for your money? It's crazy, it's wild, but good luck trying to figure it out, man. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, definitely give it the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos I do, movie reviews with my friends, Blu-ray pickup videos, live streams, movie hunting, you name it. All the good old older content and newer stuff that is slowly but surely coming your way as well. All the good stuff, man. But if you love how I talk about movies and physical media, hit subscribe and become a part of the Film Fan Nation. I want to thank my really great fans out there, my subscribers. You guys are absolutely amazing and awesome, and you show me the love, and hopefully I show the love right back to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart so much for being patient and watching all of it and giving me great feedback. I honestly appreciate it, man. Thank you. So if you like how I talk about movies, physical media love, definitely hit that subscribe, and also hit the notification bell so you'll be notified every single time that I make a video, and also keep up to date with everything I do through Facebook and Instagram, FilmFan108. Keep up to date with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. And And if you want to send the channel any movie-related goodness, you can do that. The P.O. Box is in the description below. It is not expected, but is definitely appreciated. And look, you guys have said to me, hey, Seth, we love what you do. We'd love to send you something, whether it's posters, care packages, physical media, you name it. You guys have really went out of your way to show me a lot of love, and I really appreciate that in a big bad way. I truly do, man. And I can't wait to see what you guys send the P.O. Box next, man. So if you want to, P.O. Box in the description below. But I suppose that is the end of the video. There is so much stuff that came out. And now that we're heading into the big, busy holiday time, oh, there will be more. Oh, indeed there will, man. And I will be here to show it all off to you. Oh, yeah, I will. But until next time, take care, everybody. And remember, happy hunting.